Commission meeting. Apologies for getting started a few minutes late. We were in a study session talking with different city departments. Today we had the opportunity to hear from Transit, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Planning and Development Services, City Manager's Office, Finance, and IT, and then get an update on the CVB and DMI with the Phase 1 Conference Center report. So that's what you missed if you weren't here between 3 and 5 o'clock, but we'll go ahead and get started with tonight's meeting. The first thing on the agenda are recognitions, proclamations, and presentations. And first, we begin with a recognition of the 2015 Fair Housing Month poster contest winners. And there you go. Scott. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Scott Wagner, the City Attorney's Office. As you may remember from last week, April is Fair Housing Month, and our Human Relations Commission for the first time decided to sponsor a Fair Housing Month poster competition to help promote and describe to Lawrence families and educators what fair housing is. The contest was open to all students in Lawrence, and we had a great number of entries for our first time doing this. Over 80 entries were received this year, so I was real happy with the participation for our inaugural poster contest. I have some of our community partners in this event here tonight. Danica Moore partnered with us from USD 497 and was instrumental in getting the word out to the public school system. We also partnered with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, and I'm not sure I see anyone here tonight from the Housing Authority. We have several of our Human Relations Commissioners, including Chairman Scott Creaky, our new Commissioner Martha Taylor. I also saw Commissioner Becks here earlier, so I want to thank them for coming tonight. My plan is to introduce the kids and kind of move through the various awards by grade level, and I understand the mayor and the vice mayor may want to shake their hands, so I don't know if you guys want to stay up there or come down, but we'll get started. So in the grade school, yeah, go ahead, Scott. In the grade school category, our first place winner is Nihal, who's a 4th grader from Hillcrest School. Nihal? Our second place winner is Isabel Bobby, who is a 1st grader at Deerfield, who had an amazing piece of work for a 1st grader, let me tell you. Our third place winner is Josephine D., a 4th grader at New York School. And an honorable mention award went to Sylvia Liu, a 4th grader at St. John's Catholic School. Thank you for your participation, grade schoolers. I hope all of you guys are eligible to participate next year. So be thinking about it for next year as well.
Can we give them another round of applause?
Yeah, super. Okay, if I could have the middle school winners come in. Our first place winner in the middle school category was Ashley Dykes, and she is an 8th grader at South Middle School. And we have Danica. Yeah, the grade schoolers, if you want to come on out, that'd be great. The grade schoolers are free to go. Yeah. Thank you, Isabel. Our second place winner is Tina Hicks, 7th grader at Liberty Memorial Central Middle School. Our third place winner in the middle school category is Zora Lawton Barker, a 6th grader at Liberty Memorial. An honorable mention in the middle school category is Harriet Perkins, a 6th grader at Liberty Memorial. So I hope all the middle schoolers that are still in middle school next year participate next year. Thank you for your entries. You guys are free to go. Thank you. And our high schoolers, they'll come in. High schoolers. Our first place with a really great image, and I encourage you guys to take a look at it. Everyone on that judged these entries were really impressed with Nia Rutledge's poster that she put together, and she is an 11th grader at Lawrence High. First place is Nia Rutledge. And we hope to use these works and will use these works in the future to promote fair housing in Lawrence. So I'm working with Danica right now to find a place to have the winners displayed after tonight as well. Second place is Nina Friesen, a 12th grader at Lawrence High. Third place in the high school category is Macy Sutter, 11th grader at Lawrence High. And our honorable mention award goes to Kirsten Money, 12th grader at Lawrence High. Thank you, high schoolers, and those of you not graduating, please participate next year.
I don't know which one I have.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. That concludes our presentation tonight.
Well, we have some talented people in our community.
Yes, we do.
So congrats to all those that are winners, and very, very thankful and excited for all of them. Congratulations. I tell you what, those elementary school kids have more talent with their artwork than I can do right now.
Well, Mayor, I think it's worthy of pointing out that all 4 winners in the high school category came from the Lawrence High School.
And are you their art teacher?
I taught Nina in freshman civics.
All right,
I'll
there
take
you
credit
go.
for that.
Taking the credit for it. Well, thanks for letting us be a part of that, Scott, and others as well. The second thing on the agenda is to proclaim the month of May 2015 as National Preservation Month. Len, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Radix Holmer, Historic Resources Administrator for the city. I know you have a long agenda, but I'm so excited to be here this evening. So I wrote my comments down, so I'll try to be concise. Historic Preservation Month offers a chance for communities across the nation to observe and emphasize the importance of the preservation of our tangible historic and cultural resources, not only to commemorate the past, but to maintain a sense of place that can encourage and guide the development of our future. Historic Preservation Month celebrates the history of our community and the groups and individuals that work hard to ensure that landmarks, stories, and our historic community character will be available for future generations. Over the past year, the Commission and the citizens of Lawrence have had the opportunity to see preservation in progress and in action. The Lawrence Preservation Alliance has worked diligently over the past few years to save the historic Turnholla, a National Register listed property, and in 2014 they were able to find a purchaser for that property. The Lawrence Preservation Alliance has also supported and sponsored several nominations to the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, 5 of which you will see later this evening. The East Lawrence Neighborhood Association was successful in working with Dr. Domer and his associates to increase the awareness of the importance of vernacular architecture in our city. The Historic Resources Commission, an advisory board to this commission, has worked hard to identify, evaluate, and document our historic structures. The city has invested in our historic built environment in several ways, not the least of which is the wonderful restoration taking place at the Carnegie Building. The city also worked with the development group to save the important Delahunty complex at 1106 Rhode Island, a National Register historic property. As part of the HRC's efforts in education, they will co-host an event for Preservation Month with the Douglas County Heritage Conservation Council on May 14th, and the title of the workshop is Youth Engagement in Historic Preservation and Cultural Resources Protection. The City of Lawrence has a history of recognizing the importance of our historic and cultural resources. Preservation Week is a chance to celebrate what we have accomplished and perhaps notice an incredible historic resource like the Carnegie Building. Thank you.
Lynn, thank you for great work that you do, and the Historic Resources Commission, and so many Lawrence Preservation Alliance, so many great things in our community to preserve and protect our historic places in our community. So please pass on our thanks to them as well. Here's a proclamation. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for economic development, sustainable development, tourism promotion, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that have shaped us as a people. And whereas the City of Lawrence has recognized the importance of cultural resources protection since 1988 by adopting Ordinance 5950, establishing Chapter 22 of the City Code and the Lawrence Historic Resources Commission. Now therefore, let it be resolved, the City of Lawrence, Kansas does hereby proclaim the month of May 2015 as Historic Preservation Month and call upon the people of Lawrence to join their fellow citizens across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Congratulations. Somebody took my pen. Congratulations. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing May 2015 as Community Action Month. Do we have a representative here for that? Oh, hi, Lily.
Hello, and my name's Lily, Mr. Mayor and staff. My name's Lily, and I am the Human Service Coordinator for the ECAN of the Douglas County office. And we are going to have an event on May the 13th at Broken Arrow Park from 2 until 4. And everyone is invited to this community event. We are going to have information concerning iServices, and we also will have other partnerships. And with that, they are going to tell a little bit about iServices too, their services too. And we are going, the theme of the Community Action Month this at the park will be healthy mind, healthy body and mind. And we will have fresh fruit, water, and we also will have a bounce house, and we also will have free raffles. And we are going to have a bicycle and a new bicycle and some other things to raffle off. But I just wanted to invite everybody.
That's
to
May
attend.
13th from 2 to 4?
Yes.
Broken Arrow Park.
Broken Arrow,
All right.
yes.
Can we get that on the calendar, Dave?
Yes.
All right. This is special for me because Just Food came from as a program of ECAN. So this is awesome to be able to participate in this with you. Whereas community action agencies were created when the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was signed into law, and whereas the East Central Kansas Economic Opportunity Corporation, ECAN, was established in 1966, and whereas ECAN has made essential contributions to individuals and families in Lawrence by providing them with innovative and cost-effective programs, such as rent and utility assistance, transitional housing, case management, food pantry for all Douglas County residents, weatherization services, and early childhood education. And whereas individuals and families on limited income continue to need opportunities to improve their lives and their living conditions, thus ensuring that all citizens are able to live in dignity. And whereas the Douglas County poverty rate is 19% and 151 residents in Douglas County are living in poverty. I think that's supposed to be 15,100.
Right.
Whereas the City of Lawrence and ECAN have worked together to meet the needs of our most vulnerable citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Lawrence, Kansas does hereby proclaim the month of May 2015 as Community Action Month in recognition of the hard work and dedication of Kansas community action agencies. Congratulations. Can we get a corrected proclamation sent out to them? I think 15,100 is the right number. All right. Let's move on to the consent agenda, and all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Is there an item that a member of the commission would like to remove from the consent agenda?
5A.
5A, okay. Anything else? Is there an item on the consent agenda that a member of the public would like to remove for separate consideration? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted with the exception of item 5A, adding claims to 239 vendors in the amount of $2,023,402.59.
Move.
Seconded.
Motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Vice Mayor Soden to approve the consent agenda minus item 5A plus the claims to 239 vendors. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item 5A, Commissioner Amix.
Mayor, my only question is for staff. We've got work that's going to be done with the university, with the viaduct there, and are we planning on working in conjunction with the university on when this overlay is going to happen?
The answer is absolutely. We are planning on coordinating the mill and overlay work there southbound, south of the Irving Hill Bridge, which is going to be rebuilt for pedestrian and aesthetic purposes by the University of Kansas. And Chuck can provide any additional information on that.
In fact, Commissioner, I have a reconstruction meeting next Tuesday morning with KU on this very issue, so yes, we will coordinate it.
Okay, and the item on the agenda calls Iowa Street from south of 23rd. Are we going south of 23rd through that intersection again?
No, we're
It's
going
north of
from Irving,
23rd.
from Irving Hill south to 23rd on Iowa.
Okay. Well, I just saw, it says Iowa Street from south of 23rd to 19th. So I assume
be
that
north of 23rd.
it's north of 23rd.
North of 23rd.
Okay. And then 19th to 15th, and then south of Harvard to 6th Street.
Yes.
Okay. We're not going to shut down 23rd in Iowa.
No,
Okay.
we had fun with that last year.
We're redoing it all over again.
No, we're not.
And it was on consent agenda. How did that happen?
Oh,
Do we have any public comment on this item? Closing 23rd Street again.
No.
Just kidding. I know, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, hearing none, I would consider a motion to set the bid date of June 2nd, 2015 for the Public Works 1501 Clink Iowa Street from north of 23rd Street to 19th, north of 19th to south of 15th, and south of Harvard Road to south of 6th Street.
Move approval.
Second. Motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. City Manager's report. Good evening, Dave.
good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. A few items in this week's report. We already touched a little bit upon traffic calming and managing expectations and how to pay for those traffic calming items. Staff did participate in a public meeting with the Indian Hills Neighborhood Group, and you see a staff synopsis of their participation in that meeting. I do think that's going to be a continuing budget issue as you work on your budget and proceed forward. Similarly, we also talked just a little bit, as Megan briefed us, on the activities of the CVB in regards to the successful shot put. If you haven't seen the video, take a look at that. Update from Public Works on successful compost and wood chip distribution, and also a first quarter report on recycling activities. I think that's a program that is rolled out both literally and figuratively very well over the past year, so we're excited to get good information on that project and that program. Commissioners, you'll recall that one of our big utility department capital projects last year was a new water line to North Lawrence that came out of the Caw Water Treatment Plant north and then connected roughly north of the Sonic on North 2nd Street. That provided for the first time a redundant water supply to North Lawrence. Obviously, we're in the reliability business, so redundancy is very important. With that, we know that we need to take a look at the water main that has served North Lawrence, either on the current bridge or its predecessor, and we call it the Vermont Street water line. So with KDOT's great assistance, we had an inspection. Phil Shaselsky and others participated in a look at that water main, and you see the photos. Generally, the pipe's in pretty good condition, but we'll be doing some maintenance work on it and maybe some additional analysis. Obviously, that's a very important part of our infrastructure.
When is Birchland Park going to be open again?
I think soon. I don't know. Philip's not here. I know that we.
I think we're going to finish the paving adjacent to the railroad after Katie Rowing is finished in mid-May. So we'll have I think the majority of the work is done now, except for there's a gravel strip between the railroad crossing and where the paving ended. And we're waiting until KU is finished with the rowing before we go back in and finish that strip up.
Thanks, Mike. We also talked about the Budget 101 sessions that are underway, and you see information about that, and then also the annual report from Scott's department, which was also part of your study session materials. We've got that on this week's report as well. Be happy to respond to any questions that you have.
Any questions for Dave? All right, Dave, thank you. You may notice that we have made a couple of changes to how the agenda is done. We're now going to do public comment. We're not going to make you wait till the end of the meeting to do public comment. And the additional thing that we're going to be doing is we'll be shutting down the commission meeting around 9:45 p.m. So we're not going to make folks stay here till 11 o'clock at night. So I will try to see if we can get a motion for adjournment around 9:45. Many of the staff got here at 7 o'clock this morning. We've been in meetings since 3 o'clock. We don't certainly want to make you wait that long. So going forward, we're going to be doing public comment at this point in the city commission meeting, and then trying to shut things down around 9:45, and we'll just kind of test drive that and see how it goes. In relationship to public comment now, since it's before the regular agenda items, folks are allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled on the agenda. And we're not going to make decisions or discuss or debate the items, but we can refer the items to staff for follow-up. Now we'll do public comment of a general nature, not relating to anything on the agenda, if anybody has anything to say. Yeah, Candace.
I was wondering, are you going to take public comments then on each agenda?
On each agenda item, yes, ma'am, absolutely. This is general public comment, yeah, rather than making folks wait till the end of the meeting, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Ted Boyle, from the North Lawrence Improvement Association. And what I'm going to talk about tonight is the new pump station in North Lawrence. We've been waiting 20 years on this pump. And, you know, I've had various meetings with Chuck Souls and Matt Bond. And I think next week it's going to be officially on the agenda, but I wanted to get an early start on this. And it seems like we're going to be about $300,000, $400,000 short on completing this project. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that money's not a lot of money, especially when you're talking about $4 million is what that pump's going to cost. And at the beginning, when the stormwater study was done, that pump was estimated at $3.9 million. Well, that was back in 05, 06, something like that, when that stormwater study was done. But anyway, we're a year behind schedule. It was supposed to be groundbreaking a year ago last December. And probably if that would have happened, we probably would have been in budget. But since it didn't, we're about $300,000 short from completing this project. Now, we spent millions of dollars on the fire department. We spent millions of dollars on the transit and infrastructure and streets and sidewalks. And, I'm on the sales tax audit committee since this sales tax was approved, so I know where every penny went. And, not till the last probably 4 years, 5 years, any money went that direction, except for the purchase of the property. And so now it comes time to build this pump, and we're $300,000 or $400,000 behind. So my request is for you guys to get busy and find that $300,000 so we can complete this project at one time instead of doing partial of it now and then 2 or 3 years down the road completing the rest of it. And, this pump involves the health, safety, and welfare of North Lawrence residents, just as much as the fire department does, streets and sidewalks do. So I'd like to see you dig a little deeper and find that money. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Ted. Appreciate it. Other public comment of a general nature? Sorry, it's a little bit confusing. We're trying it out this week. We just don't want folks to have to wait till the very end, so. Hi, Laura.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Laura Glockner. I'm from the Indian Hills neighborhood, and I would like to personally thank Mayor Farmer for coming to our neighborhood meeting and listening and responding to our concerns. We do plan on coming to the May 4th budget hearing to present our letter and the signatures that we've gotten for funding for the 27th Street traffic calming for the budget 2016. With that being said, traffic calming for 2016 does not fix the immediate danger and the fact that the street is hazardous to our children and residents today and continues to be. 27th Street has been being used as the unofficial detour for the closure of 31st Street, yet there was no planning or funding allocated to this street for this project to ensure that the traffic could be detoured down our neighborhood street without creating a hazardous environment to the residents and the children trying to access the schools and the parks. As of today, our families living on either side of 27th Street cannot cross the street safely to be able to access the parks or houses of their neighbors on the other side. Residents living on the north side of the street cannot get across the street to access the sidewalk on the other side safely. Residents on 27th Street cannot get out of their driveways safely. Drivers continue to speed through our neighborhood and crosswalks at reckless speeds at the first absence of police enforcement. And even when enforcement is present on the street, the sheer volume of cars attempting to use this street is hazardous. As the summer approaches, the hazardous situation drastically increases. Our neighborhood people will be out more trying to cross 27th Street and riding bikes and walking on the side streets with no sidewalks that are also seeing dangerous cut-through traffic as a result of the traffic on 27th Street. Instead of having concentrated specific times when most children and teens will be attempting to cross 27th before and after school, they will be trying to access the Broken Arrow Playground and Broken Arrow and Naismith Parks at all times during the day and in smaller groups of 2 to 3 so there's less visibility, and with cars going 30 to 40 miles an hour down the street with no crossing guards and no speed zone to help slow traffic. We are already experiencing this as our children and teens are out and about now in the evenings and on the weekends in the nice weather. To further express the urgency of the need of 27th Street, I would also like to inform the commissioners that Broken Arrow Elementary School will be hosting a summer Boys and Girls Club program, and South Middle School will be hosting the Lawrence Boys and Girls Club teen program. Taking the position that 31st Street will be open soon, so let's hope no one gets hurt in the meantime, and the assumption that this will fix our situation is dangerous and irresponsible. We as a neighborhood are doing everything that we can to help raise awareness and increase safety on our street. We have started an awareness campaign. We have printed our own yard signs. We have a mother out there at Bellhaven Crosswalk in a safety vest before and after school to help bring attention to the crosswalk. And we are showing up at your meetings, and we are making our concerns vocal and public. We expect the commission to also do everything in your power to fix this problem. If there's no action taken by this commission to fund safety measures immediately to our street to ensure the safety of our children and families, every one of you will not escape the burden of being responsible if a fatality or an injury occurs due to your lack of action, because it certainly won't be because of mine.
Thanks, Laura. Any questions for Laura? All right, thank you. In the city manager's report, there was a list of traffic calming project rankings, and just for the benefit of, I know all of us have read it, but 27th Street is number one on the list, so. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mike Dupont. I'm the acting whatever of the Indian Hills Neighborhood Association. I'd like to say that I support Laura in her efforts, and I just wanted to bring up one or two points that I thought were important. I was researching into other cities and how they handle detours. And all of the other cities I could find, or many other cities I could find, they actually had checklists when they create a detour that they actually do a traffic planning ahead of time and say, we're gonna reroute the traffic to this street, and then they do a capacity planning on that street, they do a traffic count, and they actually check ahead of time and have a checklist and say, this street is capable of handling this traffic. And I think that the city of Lawrence should also consider that as a possible option, as a checklist in the future, saying, hey, if we're gonna route traffic to this little street over here, maybe we should actually check it like thoroughly and make sure that it can handle it and that there's no safety issues created by that. I am not able to find any planning document that mentions the 27th Street as a detour and that it was planned as a detour route either by KDOT or by the city of Lawrence. So I'd like to ask you guys to maybe double check that, and if you have any documentation on what was done to plan 27th as a detour route, you can make that available to us. We did an informal survey of our neighborhood online. We got 60 different responses, and I weighted them. And the number one request from our residents is to complete the sidewalk on the north side of 27th. Finishing that sidewalk would make the park accessible, which is not accessible right now for many of the people living on the north. It would also make the, because you'd have to walk across the grass and gravel and all of that in people's yards. I saw a bicyclist, an expensive bicycle, pushing his bicycle along the north side across the grass because he just couldn't cross the road. And I think if we could complete that, if we could complete the street, complete the sidewalks, it would make a big, big difference. And maybe some type of zebra crossing would be appropriate, or maybe like, I don't know, one of those yellow signs that says pedestrian crossing. I mean, that would be a starting point. We could use a couple of those maybe. So those are some of the issues. I have a big list of things that people have given to me. I can make that available to you. We also have a mailing list and a website, indianhillslawrence.us. So if anyone's interested in that, they can check it out.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Any questions of the commission for Mike? Okay, thank you.
Do we have some spare stop signs hanging around? We can just throw up some temporary stop signs.
Well, we're gonna do traffic counts, Chuck, right? Traffic counts now, so that we can get an idea for how fast cars are going and how much traffic is going down that road. The police department patrolled 14 hours in 4 days. They'd issued over 70, stopped over 70 cars in that neighborhood. I think the idea of documentation of what was done to Plan 27th, was that a KDOT project or was that a city project that traffic got detoured to 27th Street? And where can we get that documentation for the neighborhood?
The traffic's using 27th Street as a result of the closure of 31st Street, which was part of the SLT project. 31st Street has to be rebuilt. Yeah, not that we weren't involved, don't get me wrong. You know, we were with KDOT all the time. We knew 31st Street was going to be closed. I think the thought was that people would use 23rd Street in Iowa and not cut through the neighborhood. Right or wrong, I I'm not aware of any study that KDOT did. I will check and find out.
Do we have something in our processes, like Mike was talking about, as far as traffic and capacity planning for how detours get handled and that sort of thing when major projects happen?
Usually with our projects, we try and identify a detour. We don't have a specific checklist like what he was necessarily saying, where we would check road capacities. 27th Street is a collector street. I don't know what the volume of traffic is out there right now. I'm assuming it, and I know there's a lot more, but I'm assuming it's sufficient to carry that volume of traffic. Probably not the speeds, but I'll check with KDOT and find out if they did anything with that. But I'm assuming they probably assume people would use 23rd Street, not thinking about that cut-through area.
So can I make a suggestion to the group? If only we had a commissioner that served on the Traffic Safety Commission.
Only.
So looking at policies to ensure that maybe this is something that we don't have to deal with again and coming up with that checklist, would you be willing to sit down with Mike and Chuck and kind of figure that out going forward?
Yeah. I have a question for Dave. The 27th Street was top of the list before this, right? These are old numbers on that.
That's correct. It's my understanding.
So it was top of the list before 31st Street was closed.
That's right.
So, I mean, maybe we ought to tumble to that too, when we close 31st Street. I'd be happy to work with you.
The question came up with the issue of funding. We, as a neighborhood association, should also consider a special tax. I mean, I think that many of the residents would be willing to make a special usage tax for our area to improve the safety. And
Talking about a special assessment benefit district.
Yes.
So we've got the two issues. We're going to be dealing with budget season. I think getting the updated traffic counts is a good way to go. And then can we get those traffic counts back with maybe a recommendation to the city commission in the next couple weeks so that we can talk about what we want to do with this really pressing need. And if we want to just go ahead and pull the trigger and do something, we can kind of have that conversation. And I think, Stuart, having you, work with those folks as far as making sure that going forward this doesn't happen again, because your expertise in that area is second to none. So.
Well, can we put up some temporary stop signs in the meantime? Chuck? And we just put sandbags down, don't we, on the signs?
We should probably take a look to see, I mean, let me get with David tomorrow morning and find out where it would make sense, what would be most appropriate. Just because we stick stop signs up doesn't mean, it could cause more problems than help. If people don't see them, if people don't notice them, and go flying through them,
Right.
they could have serious consequence for somebody else. So we need to really look. David has the authority with the commission's approval to do temporary traffic regulations, 60 or 90 days or something like that. We can extend it. We've done things like this before, but
Dave?
As you said, let's just direct us to come back with a recommendation in a couple of weeks on stop signs and where we are in traffic counts and where we are on the estimates on the traffic calming devices. And if there's ways to do that, we might want to look at that as soon as possible. One of your questions is going to be, do you want to do it now while they're still in this situation? Do we want to do it later? I think that's a good question. But let's just say in 2 weeks we're going to be here and we're going to have that information. Which basically means that we've got a week to prepare the report, which is what we'll do.
Is that okay with the commission?
the traffic calming items, it's hot and cold. It's like roundabout. I know there's a lot of neighbors that want them, especially the ones that live on the street, but there's a lot of people that use the street that live in the neighborhood that may or may not.
Sure.
So that's a hot and cold issue.
Sure.
And then the construction is another closure of a road.
Right.
So we can get these things done. So, but we will come back in a couple weeks and let you know.
Do you need a formal motion for that?
I think we've got good direction.
Yep.
2 weeks from today is May the 12th. So that's when they'll have the report.
Can we
Back
make
to you.
sure to notify Laura and Mike when that's going to be on the commission? We'll put
Chuck
it on
will
the
take-
regular agenda, not the city manager's report.
Chuck will take care of that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, thank you, guys. Any other public comment of a general nature, not pertaining to anything on the regular agenda? All right. We will move on to the regular agenda. Just ask that folks try to silence their cell phones, or not try to, silence their cell phones, and make sure that we get through this tonight. So item number 1 is to consider consider items, I won't read them all. Consider items related to the Utilities Department and the wastewater Wakarusa treatment plant, aptly dubbed the Deuce.
No, you did.
You did it.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, Dave Wagner, Director of Utilities, trying to figure out how to run a PowerPoint, but thank you.
Let me reintroduce that, Dave.
Okay.
Consider items related to the Utilities Department and the wastewater Wakarusa treatment plant, aptly named the Deuce.
Okay. Okay. Mayor and Commissioners, Dave Wagner, City of Lawrence, Director of Utilities. We'll start off with a brief overview. I know you've seen most of the other departments so far, so we thought we'd use this opportunity to give you the Utilities Department introduction. 2 weeks ago, I had opportunity to listen to Gina McCarthy address a gathering of clean water agencies, and her impression of the importance of clean water to communities is that it's the most important factor to community health and safety. And I thought I'd share her perspective of how important what our business is for the community of Lawrence. With that, I think we all understand water sustains life. The sewer services protect the public health as well as the environment, and it supports commerce. I talked to Chief Bradford a little bit and got some information about how important it is to water to the fire department, and the community has an insurance ISO rating of somewhere in the 88 point out of 100 area. The water supply and its redundancy provides about 37 out of a possible 40 points to that insurance rating. So it's not just about water supply, but about community health and fire protection as well. So it's one of the other things that we do. A little bit about the facilities, a GIS map of the 4 major facilities. Water plants are in blue. Wastewater plant is in green, and the new wastewater plant you'll see in the lower right-hand corner is where we anticipate we'll construct, with your approval, the new wastewater treatment plant. 10 different facilities for storage of water across the community between towers and tanks. 32 lift stations that convey wastewater. Approximately 500 miles of water pipe, which includes 13,000 valves and almost 3,500 fire hydrants. The wastewater system, a little under 450 feet of pipe, 10,000 manholes, a little plus. And when we look at the overall community, I'll just give you a brief overview of the service areas as well. In the bright green in the area is the site of the new wastewater plant. When we look at the abilities to serve and going down the road in the future, the drainage areas that can be served by that facility include a vast majority of Douglas County. One of the reasons we selected the site many years ago. So, Lawrence Utilities, just a little bit of a briefing of what we actually do. Population of 94,000, over 29 square miles is for water and sanitary services. We provide wholesale water to an additional 6,000 people. We employ about 110 staff with a total budget of about $45 million and a 5-year capital plan from 2013 to 2017 of $161 million. I'll give you a brief review of some recent outcomes. In 2014, we became the nation's first entity that has what they call an integrated plan that's incorporated into an NPDES permit, and we've done that without a formal enforcement action. We have one of the best and longest records of performance using innovative technologies for treatment, and I'll go over and show you a graph of that specifically. It's called ballasted flocculation, and we use that process during wet weather events. And our wet weather management and treatment program outcomes are being used by US EPA as well as Congress and the regulators as they consider modifications to practice and rules and law. Specifically, if you're interested in following the House of Representatives Bill 1705, some of our performance has been used as an example for why they need to give consideration to that. This is specifically that graph that's been going around the Senate as well as US EPA, and it's also been shared by us with National Resource Defense Council as well as American Rivers. I'll explain it a little bit. If we've explained it to the Senate, hopefully we can make a little sense of it. This is for E. coli, what we use for pathogens, to see if we're having an influence on pathogens and our pathogen reduction. The red lines are what our permit limits are, and the 4 whisker graphs that you see, there's one absent there for wet weather, but on the dry weather, that's our typical performance during dry weather. The wet weather, what it says HRC that's right in the middle, is that unique process that we've been operating since 2004. The graph shows data for 2008 through 2014, and you can see that the discrete data, our data is significantly below our permit limits and actually outperforms the dry weather processes that we typically use. Right now, the use of that process is in somewhat of a dispute, and we're trying to provide good operational information to promote that it's a solution that other people can consider as well. I will point out that the Kansas River and Lecompton, the E. coli concentrations are not significantly higher, but higher than any of our discharge points. So we get really good outcomes on performance. We don't share that with you very, very much. It's a really taken for granted service that I think the City of Lawrence citizens get overall, plus water as well. Another outcome that we've been looking at really, and show you a graph over almost 20 years, is the number of sanitary sewer overflows. Our planned maintenance programs began significantly upgraded in about 1998, and you can see that over the years we've shown some success in really limiting sanitary sewer overflows, which is a win-win for everybody. Our integrated plan project drivers, we always talk about 3 things: reliability, which is maintaining what we have; capacity, obviously, to support community development and growth; plus that regulatory drivers, as well as service water quality drivers that we think are important to the community. So we kind of always relate our projects to those things. The current integrated plan project totals, this is updated this week. We have $21 million that we've completed out of that $161 million. We have 18 projects underway. The value of those is $99 million, at least currently, and $38 million is currently under contract. If you approve our recommendation tonight for award of that, we'll obviously add about $50 million to those awarded contracts, and that number will go to $88 million of contracts currently out. Some of the major projects that we've undertaken for reliability and capacity: the new water intake at the Call Water Treatment Plant. That's the first time the facility's operated with 2 active intakes in case one goes down. The North Lawrence transmission main, Dave mentioned earlier, is the first time we've had two ways to get water to North Lawrence. So again, reliability and capacity. It's also designed that if we continue the project around what we call the nor'easter, that line will actually end up circling, going under the river again, and ending up into the area around, I always call it farmland, sorry, but in that area over there to serve that for future growth as well. Oriad water tanks, Dave has named those Hoover and Ike. I doubt if anything in Colorado's as old as 1931, but you'll have to find something else to name that. But they've been around a long time. That's on the books to replace in the coming year or 2. The EcoFlow program is an aggressive program and a unique program to Lawrence, where we're working with homeowners, going in and identifying sources, and then paying for, on a voluntary basis, making repairs to those. It's about a $19 million program over approximately 8 years that we anticipate to knock on a little over 8,000 dwelling units over the course of that time, and try to get the biggest bang for the buck that we can on keeping rainwater out of the sanitary system. Water main replacement program, since we've adopted the integrated plan, we've expanded our expenditures from $1 million a year in replacement to $3 million a year in replacement programs. North Lawrence force mains, those were aged, and we recently completed replacement of those that transport sanitary sewer from North Lawrence back to the wastewater plant at East 8th Street. Kind of a myriad of other projects that we have underway there for your knowledge. It's It's a lot of projects. Obviously, the last one is the Wakarusa wastewater treatment plant. We'll be talking to you about that more here in a little bit, obviously. With that, financing and budget, Mike Lawless, Deputy Director, is going to go over a few things and give you some fundamental overviews about how we're financed and what we do with our money.
Good evening, Mayors and Commissioner. Mike Lawless, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about financing. Dave kind of gave you an overview of all the projects that we're doing, and somehow we got to pay for all of that. And so I'm going to kind of give you a little bit of background on our financing and how we budget. And I think the first thing is to understand is that we're an enterprise fund. And so basically user fees like water meter services, sewer connection fees, and system development charges, as well as the charges that we have for the water and sewer service we provide, is how we get the funding in order to be able to accomplish the projects. As Dave mentioned, we have about a $45 million operating budget, and that is our O&M, which includes utility billing, meter reading, operation of the plants, or operation and maintenance of the plants, and then operation and maintenance of our distribution and collection systems. It also includes the debt service payments that we have for the capital projects that we debt finance. In 2012, we finished or completed the integrated water and wastewater master plans, and basically what that did is that took a look at our capital needs out through 2030. And from that, we kind of narrowed that down to a 5-year window of 2013 to 2017 and developed a capital plan and financing to do that. And that was adopted by the Commission on March 12th of 2013, and that was the $161 million capital plan that Dave mentioned. And most recently, we just sold the $90.7 million earlier this month as that first revenue bond to support that plan. The next slide is kind of how we tried to depict the cost of that project. And so what I have I'm going to start at the bottom of the slide before I move to the top, but the bottom of the slide was our original projection of the cost of the 2013 to 2017 capital plan. And what we used is a 4,000 gallon per month typical customer for water and wastewater. And so what that total increase that you see there, $15.56, what that means is if you started with a water and sewer bill of $30 at the beginning of the capital plan, by the time we get through the 5 years and the rate increases necessary through that 5-year plan, your bill would be $15.56 higher. So it would go from $30 to $45.56. The other thing that we did in that was we said, what's the total additional dollars that that customer would pay from the beginning to the end of that 5-year window? And that's the $519.24. And so if we go to the top of the slide in yellow, what we did was when we adopted the 2015 rates, we said we were 2 years into the rates and adopted a third year. How does that original projection look? And so you can see we're at $15.97 on the increase of the monthly bill over the period, and we're about $1 more on the total dollars allocated for that. The next thing I want to talk about is the rates that we have and how we do those. And so our rates are based on the cost of service for each customer class that we have. And a customer class is like a type. So that would be residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial. And the reason for that is each one of those customer classes, they impact our systems a little bit differently. And so to be fair, we want to look at a cost of service for those customer classes. And so for each one of those customer classes, we have a uniform volume charge for each of those classes, and that began in 2005. Prior to that, we had what we called a declining block, so the more water you used, the cheaper those rates got. In 2004, we did a rate study, and beginning in 2005, that became a flat or uniform rate for each customer class. Earlier, I mentioned one of the user fees is system development charges. And basically, system development charges are fees that are paid by new development to recover the cost of existing unused capacity in our system that are required by growth in order to come into the system. So we have additional capacity, and they buy into that with system development charges when they come in. And right now, we have a 2013 to 2017 adopted SDC rate program. We worked really hard with the Lawrence Home Builders Association as well as the Lawrence Board of Realtors to help them understand and understand why we wanted those and what was needed. And so part of that, or part of the outcome of that, was that we would adopt a 5-year plan so that they would know what those SDCs would be in the years to come. So it wasn't something that they had to try to guess each year as we went through the rate process. And then the other thing is we present the rates to the commission each year as we adopt our budgets. That way you kind of see what are you getting for the rates that we're asking you to approve. The other thing I think that's kind of significant is that we've had a history of consistent rate increases since 2004, except for 2011. And recently when we did our Moody's rating, that was one of the factors that they cited in helping us keep our AA2 rating. And then finally, I would point out that we're in the process of negotiating with a company that will help us update the rate model, help us simplify it so that we can run it better in-house. And at the same time, they're going to help us with a kind of a comprehensive financial review of what we've done and how we're going to move forward. And then lastly, I just wanted to provide you kind of a comparison of where we're at with other communities on that typical 4,000 gallon per month bill. And I don't know if you can see that in the slide there, but Lawrence is fourth from the right-hand side there. And so we think we're in a pretty good comparable position to the other rates that are being charged for that in the area. And with that, I think we would take any questions that you have on rates or the projects that we have underway.
Right, very thorough. Yes, sir.
Michael, one question that I would have, and maybe more of a comment, in all of this that we've done, in all of the contracts that we have out, our rate model still works.
Yes.
And that was something that was really important to previous commission, and I know will be to this commission also, is to make sure that any contract that we sign that is going to be done for any of the work that's done under this capital program, make sure that that rate doesn't change, right?
Right, and what we've got is for the current plan, we've established what those rates are based on that, based on the chart that's here. But what we want to do is take a look at going in the future and trying to provide the current rate model we have is pretty complex, and it's all the inputs and everything haven't really been looked at for quite a while. And so we want to take a look at those and use the new master plan or the integrated plans that we did in 2012, kind of update the base information under that model so we get a fresh look and good information on the based on those new master plans.
But again, based on those $161 million worth of improvements that are going to be made, this is going to be the rate, and this is what we've been able to tell, customers, ratepayers, that this is what they're going to pay and no more.
Correct.
Okay. Very good.
Other questions for Mike? Mike, so the last page, the typical residential monthly utility bill comparison.
Right.
This is before the rate increase, right?
This is, actually what this is it's just taking the rates that are in place
right now.
In 2015 right now.
Right.
And saying if we looked at all the communities around, what would that 4,000 gallons per month cost in each of those communities?
So over the course of the next 5 years, it'll increase by $15.
Well, from 2013 to 2017, $15.
Sorry, 2 years, okay. So, and you just want to comment on what we talked about in agenda review yesterday with what other communities are doing, because Topeka's rates are about ready to go up. David mentioned Kansas City's rates are about ready to go up. Just to give some context in relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that all the utilities on this list and all around the nation are going to have to deal with, is how do we pay for the new regulations, the wet weather treatment that we have to do, the infrastructure maintenance so that we maintain what we have. And each year, as we go into the budget process, we actually look and we call other communities and find out, what are your plans for rates? So last year, when we did the 2015 rates, really all we could show you were what we were proposing for Lawrence for 2015, and then what the other communities had for 14, because they hadn't adopted their rates for 15 yet. So what we did this month or prior to this meeting is we called around and said, okay, what rates do you have in place for 15? And then as we go to the 16 rates, we'll call them and say, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking you're going to do for rate increases in 2016?
Okay.
But we think most of them will probably be on the way up.
Right, okay. All right. Do we need a formal vote? Can we do all three at once? Do we need to do them separately?
Well, we still want to brief you on the bids.
Sure.
Yeah, I think you just do them all together.
All right. So now we will consider awarding a bid for some big money.
Mayor and Commissioners, we'll brief you on the Wakarusa facility. Some of this, those of you that have been on the commission for a while have seen before, but we want to make sure we give you a full recap and up to date of where we're at on the project before we ask you to award a contract that large, obviously. We've got to make sure you're aware of what we're up to. Again, a little bit of project overview for the Wakarusa wastewater treatment plant. There's some things that we specifically want to address with this project. Currently, you see the map and the service area that the new wastewater treatment plant would serve. And we currently have wet weather surcharging along the 31st Street corridor. There's significant sanitary sewers in size that are located there that serve that pink area or red area. And that will help the construction of the new wastewater treatment plant will help relieve that overload condition, as well as help relieve an overload condition at the existing wastewater treatment plant. We currently have modeled and experienced flows of 80 million gallons a day rate instantaneously, and we're really only designed to handle about 65 million gallons a day. So between wet weather programs as well as additional treatment capacity, we need to deal with that. It'll also obviously provide 20% additional capacity for community growth from an organic perspective, so a dry weather treatment capacity. That equates to about a population equivalent increase of about 20,000 people. It'll also take the first steps in the city's integrated plan to meet new regulatory requirements for ammonia removal, nutrient removal, both phosphorus as well as nitrogen. We anticipate down the road that the existing wastewater plant will need to meet those criteria as well, probably in the neighborhood of 2023, but this will be Lawrence's first step to do that. We always like to let you know what happens if we don't get it done. Obviously, overloaded sewers are a concern. It would probably limit our ability to serve additional growth within that pink area, certainly now as well as in the long term. The existing wastewater plant would continue to be overloaded for wet weather, and eventually that'll come to a head and we'll have that graph that I showed you earlier will start to rise. Again, we'd probably have to start saying no to some of the proposals with growth, not just because of treatment capacity, but also because of collection system capacity as well. And I think we kind of mentioned it a little bit in the graph. Right now, we've not had formal regulatory actions, whereas we anticipate that a lot of our neighbors will have. We think that's something to be avoided. We would rather be able to set our agenda for projects and rates rather than have the courts and the regulators do it. Completed project will include the Wakarusa wastewater plant, pump station 10, which is highlighted by a little red area there. It's at the corner of 31st and Louisiana. The force mains are currently being installed as we speak that lead to the plant. We'll give you some more details about their routing here in a little bit. Plus, we're doing some existing infrastructure work at the Kansas River wastewater plant because of final clarifier equipment that's aged there. Plus, in order to service the new requirements, we need an expanded lab to do a lot of the analysis that's required by the regulations, as well as set the stage for future expansions as well. That'll actually occur at the existing wastewater treatment plant. A few project modifications that we've done over what was envisioned in the master plan. I can just highlight those a little bit. We went from what we thought would be 2 1 million gallon a day trains to 1 2.5 million gallon a day train, which allows us to have some future expandability options to use some different technologies that are larger scale. There's advantage to that. The 31st Louisiana pump station will allow us to either send flows to the new plant or to allow flow to go to the existing plant, which provides a lot of flexibility. We've got an alternative force main route that's going to save energy over the long haul. It's a lot flatter and shallower, and thus it's going to save a significant amount of energy over the life of that facility from now going forward. I mentioned clarifier replacement equipment at the Kansas River plant, lab functions to wastewater plant, and as well as that, we're doing some community enhancements at the Baker Wetlands as part of our agreement to run those force mains through the Baker Wetland property. We also have a presented option for an option to expand the facility and have priced that at for an additional 2.5 million gallons a day. It's not in our recommendation because it's not within the rate plan ability to deliver that portion of the project. But it is designed and constructed to a point that if we need an additional 2.5 million gallons a day, it can be expanded relatively quickly and relatively cheaply in quick order. If for some reason we have needs to have additional capacity. With that, I think I'll let Melinda Harder, our project manager for the project, will give you a little bit of the project history of the project, as well as go over some more of the details.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As Dave mentioned, I'm going to briefly go over the project history and provide an updated project status, show you where we're at today. In 2003, the wastewater master plan recommended a new 7 MGD wastewater treatment plant for a projected population in 2025 of 150,000. In 2006, we completed a site investigation report. That report evaluated 7 potential sites, and the recommended site was at North 1175 and East 1600 Road, which we know now as 41st and O'Connell. The city purchased 530 acres at that location to be the location for the new Wakarusa plant. The basis of design report was completed in 2007, and we applied for and received a KDHE discharge permit for a 7 MGD plant. City adopted Resolution 6717 in 2007, which allowed for the construction of a new wastewater treatment plant, pump station, and other improvements at the estimated cost of $88 million. And then in November of 2007, the project was placed on hold. During the time that the project was placed on hold, it allowed the city to reassess different aspects of the proposed system. And in 2012, the wastewater master plan actually recommended that the initial size of the facility could be reduced to 2 MGD based on a new projected population of 120,000 in 2030. They also, in that master plan, recommended a new location for Pump Station 10 at 31st Louisiana, and recommended that the new plant and the conveyance facilities be online by 2018. And the estimate of expenditures, $64 million over a 5-year CIP. 2013, we issued RFP for engineering services for the project and selected a design team of Black & Veatch, along with local firms PEC, Bartlett West, and Trainer. And also in 2013, the city purchased the site for Pump Station 10, which is on the northwest corner of 31st Louisiana, across the street from Broken Arrow Park. In 2014, we authorized the supplement agreements to the initial engineering services agreement, and that was based on the fact that we were moving into final design, and we were doing different agreements as we moved through the design process. Also, we were bidding parts of the construction work. We awarded last year the force main contract to BRB Contractors and awarded the plant site fill and access roads contract to King's Construction. The Wakarusa site fill and access roads project is about $5.1 million, the construction contract. The site fill started in the fall of 2014 and was completed over a period of about 4 months. This is an aerial photo showing that progress after it had been underway for a few weeks. And you can see that fill is being placed on the site and being taken from a flood mitigation channel on site. So movement in order to raise that site in places, anywhere from 10 to 20 feet. A fill place, and then part of that's being excavated back out. It's to allow consolidation. I have some time-lapse photos showing the placement of fill. There's a granular layer that was placed, and then some wick drains in order to allow any water to escape as we placed fill on top. This was over a period of 4 to 5 months. And then the fill set, and it'll take about 6 to 10 months depending on where you're at across the site for consolidation to be complete. This is what it looks like as of today. Once consolidation has stabilized, then we can start on the construction of those structures. The road work started this spring, and this is a view looking north at East 1600 Road, also named O'Connell. And this time lapse is just from this month, showing the widening and the raising of the road to bring that out of the 100-year flood elevation. And that's about what it looks like today as well. Force main construction contract is about $8.7 million. It contains 6 miles of force main in the project. Right now, there's about 4.5 miles installed, about 75% complete, and we anticipate completion this fall. There's some photos of some of the force main. About half of the force main is through open cut installation, and so you can see the picture on the left shows the force main being installed across the west half of the site, the plant site, and then the picture on the right is showing some of the fusing, the piping material we used to fuse PVC for the horizontal directional drilling. We received bids on April 7th from 2 bidders. We've listed those base bids here, and you can see that both are underneath the engineer's estimate. We also, with that bid, had listed an assortment of deductive alternates, and using some of those alternates, we recommend lowest bid with the recommended alternates to Garden Construction at about $45.2 million. A breakdown of the project cost, and I put estimate on here because there's still some components of the project that will be paid for over the next couple of years. But with the completed and in progress construction of the roads and the force mains, that adds up to about $13.8 million. Property acquisition for Pump Station 10, as well as easement for the roads and the force mains, $0.6 million. Professional services to date for engineering design, $6.8 million. The city purchased materials and equipment of $1.7, and then the power utility infrastructure, which is getting electric and gas to the site at $1.7 million. A majority of that is coming over the next couple of years. And then what we're looking at tonight is the construction contract for the plant, as well as Pump Station 10, and those improvements at the existing Kansas River wastewater treatment plant of $45.2 million, and construction phase services of $4.5 million, bringing the total project to $74.3 million. And of that $74.3 million, $21.3 million has already been spent or encumbered on the project to date. And as mentioned previously during the finance discussion, the Wakarusa wastewater treatment plant project can be delivered without changing the 2013 to 2017 rate plan. And I'm going to pass this over to John Keller with Black & Veatch to go over some of the details of the design.
Good evening. My name is John Keller. I work for Black & Veatch Engineers, Kansas City, Missouri, and I was the project manager for the project. For this project, we did go, as Melinda mentioned, we had an integrated team from the city of Lawrence. We had PEC, Bartlett & West, Trainer Architects, and really the goal of the project was to team with key individuals who we felt like they brought strengths to the project. PEC was designed the Pump Station 10 at 31st and Louisiana, the force mains, and they're also working on the Baker wetland enhancements. Bartlett & West did a lot of the survey, permitting, plating. They also raised the site to the 500-year floodplain, access roads, and then they also constructed the plant outfall and peak flow storage basin on site. Trainer Architects, they did the architect for the Pump Station 10. the Wakarusa Administration Building, and then the Kansas River Wastewater Treatment Lab expansion. I've also included the City of Lawrence on this, and they had a big part of the project as well. They did a lot of the paperwork through the planning and development coordination. And as we get into construction phase services, they're going to take on a key part of construction and inspection. The city is going to design and construct all of the PLCs, which actually control the plant through the SCADA system, through the network. So, and they will install the PLCs, they will start them up and operate with the equipment that the contractor's providing. And there are also secondary inspection services. Since we are at like 5 different sites, they will be helping assist Black & Veatch to look inspection at Kansas River Lab or Pump Station 10, et cetera. And then Black & Veatch, as I've shown, is we're the overall project coordination for the project. And we really completed the design for the wastewater treatment plant and the Kansas River Lab expansion. I do want to kind of show a video of the actual plant. I know I showed this back in January, but I did want to show it again tonight. This is actually the 31st pump station. This is, for reference, this is Louisiana right here in 31st Street East South. As you can see, this is a green roof. We're going to have plants and et cetera on the project. And right north of it is the Bridgepoint Church. So we're going to rotate around here. And so once we're right here, we're looking north now toward City of Lawrence. You can see the blue line. This is the actual force mains from the plant. It comes from the pump station 10, goes over to Broken Arrow Parkway, and then we tunnel underneath the new SLT. We could go along 35th Street right here, and then we open cut right about here, and then come in to the plant right here. Right now, we just finished the actual undercutting going underneath the Wakarusa River. This is the plant right here. This is East 1600 or O'Connell Road, and this is North 1175, now 41st Street. So the plant is actually defined by this border right here, and it goes on down into this area. It's about 530 acres, as Melinda mentioned. So this is the flows, all will come to our headworks facility. And for this project, we used a technology called BIM, Business Information Modeling. We built everything in our computer model. And the benefit of this is we could show the staff our layouts, get instant feedback. We could also render it so they could see what it would look like. Great staff feedback allows us to get the design done in 8 months. And actually this model, BIM, we actually print our drawings out of it. So it's an active model that we, a lot of benefit. This is the grit removal equipment. So all the flow comes to the headworks facility. We're screening all the large solids out of it. We're also taking all the grit out that reduce wear and tear on the project. We can also detect clashes and remove all that from our construction. We also use the model during a meeting with the planning and development for permitting and talking to Captain King of the fire department about getting access to the fire department out here. This is the peak flow holding basin on site. This is about 5 million gallons of storage. This will help the city during wet weather events. This goes along with the storage that they already have at the Pump Station 9 and at the existing wastewater treatment plant. Going on the south side, we have the administration facility. This is the facility that you will drive up to and ever see. There is a conference room on this that we had as an added alternative, but we're not taking that on the project. But what you'll actually see on this project will be this right here. This will be the lab, the control room, and the break room for all the operators. You can see these 2 boxes right here. This is for electrical feed. We had to provide redundant feed to the plant. We have 2 brand new lines coming in. Melinda mentioned a $1.7 million. One line is coming down from Venture Park down O'Connell, and the second line is coming on East 1100 from Iowa Street. You heard Dave talk about our process basins. This is our process basins right here. We have 1, 2 MGD, 2.5 MGD train right here, and a second one right here. The second one was a bit alternative. We're not going to take that at this time. It is designed for future use. It's ready to go. The 2 circles behind it is the final clarifiers. This is the last treatment process. This is where we're taking all the solids out of the process and we get them ready for solids. And then this last building that we're going to go into is the UV building. This is providing disinfection to the facility. Since we're going to the Wakarusa River where you could have human contact, we have to eradicate the bugs. And we're going to use our UV modules right here. This is the UV system. We also have a non-potable water system in this facility. So we've treated all the water. It's getting ready to discharge to the Wakarusa. We're going to take a portion of that and use it for plant activity, for wash down of basins, or for pumps. So we're going to try to reuse some of the water, not discharge it completely. That will help reduce the consumption of potable water. So we'll go back through this door, and off to the east is, I think, Mount Blue, or Blue Mound, or not sure what it's called. Where Contrail used to hang out.
Careful.
No,
No, we didn't. That storage building there, is that the one that we're not doing as well, John?
Yes. This is, I'll show you 2 more facilities. This is the centrifuge thickening building right here. And this is where we're going to actually thicken up the solids, and then we're going to discharge them into this basin right here, and we're going to stabilize them. And then at that point, we'll be able to land apply the solids to the farmland that we have out here and grow crops. The city's already doing this with our existing Kansas River plant. Very successful, and we're going to continue the practice here. As Dave mentioned, this white building right here, this is the vehicle equipment storage building. This is one of the things that was not, this was a deductive alternative on this project. So we're not building this facility. The city's going to build this at a later date. And as I pull up, this is the just the existing plant. We're kind of looking to the south. So that's really the plant itself. Some things I did want to highlight, which I've already mentioned, is we are going to have the green roof at Pump Station 10. And the key with this is we had a public meeting with the neighborhoods in the surrounding community. We showed them 3 different options, and this being one of the options. This is what everybody liked, and this is what what was recommended. We brought this to the City Commission, and this is what's actually being designed. We are providing LED lighting at all facilities, and that's a key because this helps them meet your new energy code, the 2012 document that allows us to meet that code. The flood mitigation and stormwater retention ponds. Since we raised in the floodplain, we had to have a big effluent to get a lot of the flood passed. We're also using it as storm events as a holding pond before we discharge. I mentioned advanced treatment. This is going to be removing nutrients, both phosphorus and nitrogen, and that's in response to the Kansas Department of Health Environment's KDHE nutrient reduction plan. I talked about the UV light. The treated water will be reused within the plant, and then the biosolids. Where we stand today, if Action 1B is approved, we would award the project tonight to Garney Construction. And Garney is here in the audience tonight if you have any questions of the contractor. Our tentative notice to proceed will be June 1st, the first week of June. And then substantial completion is January 2nd, so that's 31 months. And then final completion will be March 2nd, 2018. And with that, that completes the engineering part of the discussion. If you have any questions on the engineering, I'd be happy to address those.
All right. Stuart?
You talk about the second 2.5 million gallon a day
Yes.
part. What's the capacity for the force mains and the pump number 10? Would they have to be increased to do that as well?
No, the Pump Station 10 and all the force mains have been designed for future capacity.
Okay.
So we've already built that in. So we drop in the future of the future basins, no additional work in the force mains.
So it would just be that piece, nothing up from...
Correct. We may have to replace or add another pump in Pump Station 10, but nothing between the 2 facilities. So it's really just the the basins itself. And we've all laid it out so it's be easy connection in the future.
And the building that is being taken off, what's the plan for that function that it was going to serve? What's the plan to do that in the meantime?
Right, the vehicle equipment and storage building.
Right, yeah.
Right. When we looked at the cost of that building, I think it was about $775,000 that we would get on a deduct. We think we can deliver that function for significantly less money than that $775,000. So I think as we go through the project, we're still going to look for opportunities to reduce some costs. And as we do that, we may come back and make some suggestions for adders, either whether we take that on ourselves or we talk to the contractor about delivering it in a different way. As a matter of fact, I think over the course of the last day, we found another $45,000 that we're going to reduce the project cost by. So, and maybe we'll have opportunities for those things if we can get a good buy on those, go back and provide that function. But in the meantime, if we don't have that, we'll have to supply staff with rain suits. So in inclement weather, we'll park the equipment outside and we'll go get in it. But we think over the course of time, we'll be able to deliver something cheaper.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
John or Dave, either one. Back in 2003, when we talked about the original design at being 7 MGD, the thing that we had anticipated at that time that we would design for a population of $150,000, and I assume, or 150,000 people, and I assume that that was for both plants to be able to take care of a population of 150,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the current capacity that the Kaw plant can treat?
It's designed somewhere around 105,000, Mike. There's, whenever you talk about that, there's some dependencies. So it's true boilerplate's 100,000. It's got some extra capacity built into it in some of the process units, but not all of them. So we're kind of splitting the difference and saying 105. I think it'll perform well for that.
Okay, so now we're looking at a project here that's going to take us to a population that's designed, as I understand it, and I want to make sure that I have this right, a population of 120,000, is that correct?
At least. Yeah, that was for two MGD.
Right.
We're going to 2.5 MGD, so.
And so what is that population at 2.5?
It'd be another 5,000.
Okay.
So it's about 1 million gallons per 10,000.
Okay, so we're at 125,000. We're going to increase our capacity by 15,000, 20,000 people, correct?
Yeah, well, yes. It'll be, if we're currently at 94,000 people, if the community added 30,000 over what we are today, assuming the makeup of commercial to industrial to residential use stays the same, we should be able to go to 125,000 without having to do additional work.
So our design here is really pretty much equal when it looks at increase in population or new people in the future. It's equal with wet weather events as much as it is population, correct?
Yes, to some degree. Obviously, when we start talking wet weather, the other components that start limiting us is ability to transport. So, especially when we have two different facilities, depending on how growth occurs and how successful we are with our wet weather programs, where that wet weather capacity would actually land. But the flexibility allows us to take Pump Station 10, whatever we can't take to the new plant, we can still continue to send to the existing plant.
Okay, so then as we look at population growth in the future, I was looking at the first map that was in this particular deal. It still talks about taking everything that's pretty much north of 6th Street, north and west, north of 6th Street to the Kaw plant. Everything south of 6th Street is going to come down and go to the new plant, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The vast majority of that.
Okay, so what's the population, what do we anticipate the population difference between north of 6th Street and south of 6th? Any idea? I guess the big thing is, do we have the capacity on the area north of Sixth Street, and that population base, you know, is going to expand.
Right.
To take care of that increased population. And what are we doing here to move all this stuff?
Based on the planning estimates that we used in the integrated plan and the location of that, yes, we'll be able to serve through 2030 with what the projected growth rates are north of 6th Street. And taking that flow off of the existing plant will allow more growth to occur there and treat for those areas north of 6th Street.
Okay. But we have figured in what that population, that new population is going to be north of 6th Street. That's going to be heading to the coal plant. There's enough room there.
Yes, if it happens as we projected.
And as the growth occurs in the locations that we
Projected. But the nice thing is with the abilities to move flows between the two plants a little bit, we do have some flexibility for change there that a lot of communities with two plants won't have. So within our capabilities, part of what we bought was some abilities to adjust our treatment system in case growth does occur somewhere where we didn't anticipate, which it seems like it always does. So at least at some point in time.
So tell me, what figures did we use north of 6th Street on the number of people per acre, or however you look at that? Have any idea?
Mike, I don't have any idea off the top of my head.
We use what was in our current planning projections to look at that. One of the limiting factors about growth north of 6th Street is the fact that a lot of it is going to be in a different school district. A great school district, but most of the people that live in Lawrence want to go to the Lawrence Public Schools. So you're not going to see, in our opinion, a lot of urbanization at the density in the Perry-Lecompton School District as you are likely to see in the Lawrence Public School District boundaries. So we've taken that into account. We also know that the topography as you go north is just as challenging as if you go west. So we think that it's unlikely that you're going to see the urbanization of that area, for example, north of the Turnpike, requesting city utility services just because of its school district location and some of its topography challenges. That's largely reflected in our planning documents. Doesn't mean you won't get those requests, Commissioner, but I think one of the things that quite frankly, I've been adamant on, and I think we've been fairly successful over the past decade, is that we don't make annexation commitments. We don't make come into the city commitments unless we know that we can provide utility services. And we've said no to some projects that wanted to violate that.
Mayor, one more. Dave, I know you and I have kind of been, I hate to say this, but up to our necks in this project for a long time. And that's all I could think of. I'm sorry.
It's not as good as that.
I know.
It's not the picture I had in mind, but that's fine.
But, you know, and I appreciate the thorough report that was done, and it just brought more questions.
Sure.
And as somebody who was involved with you on in the good old days, the sewer summits, and making sure that we're able to meet the projections that we have, that's my line of question. That's where I'm coming from on this.
We believe so, and we've triple checked it, and we've gone through a number of different analysis. We had a different firm prepare the master plan, which had Black and Veatch prepare these plans. One of the great benefits of what happened between the previous project and this project is that we now have Pump Station 10, which is really a very good solution toward the ability of us to divert flow either to the existing plant or to this plant, and to really serve as a regulator. I mean, it's very, for the system, much in the same way that this community has benefited from the fact that we have two different water treatment, potable water treatment sources and potable treatment plants. We're now going to be able to do somewhat similar. The analogy breaks down pretty quick, but somewhat similar for the two different wastewater treatment plants.
That's correct. You know, and Mike, and all of the information that we present for million gallons per day and rate of flows really goes back to a population estimate and a growth estimate for those facilities. You know, I didn't bring those numbers today that generated that, but that's how we're generating the numbers moving forward, is based off that population projection. So there's some factor in there that we could use and divide by and give you those estimates in more specific detail. But
well, you know, 7, 8, 9 years ago when we first started talking about this, you know, in all earnest. You know, we were making projections of 150,000 population and the need for this new plant. But when I see the capacity at the existing plant being 105 and 120, we're picking up 15,000 people. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, you know, this is a pretty big expense for an increase of population of just 15,000 people. So I want to make sure that as we look at that and we consider the wet weather challenges that we have and everything that goes along with it, is this the best deal, and is this what we really bargained for when we started looking at this in 2003?
Right. But we think it provides, you know, the original master plan called for a population of 120,000, which would be a 2 million gallon a day facility. Given we're going to 2.5, we should be able to do 25,000 additional above 100,000. So it's more than we have today. I think the other thing that as we face pressures and regulatory requirements to expand the existing plant to nutrient removal, that takes tankage. The more capacity we have at the new plant, maybe the cheaper that project will be for the community down the road. So we may have to use some of the existing capacity at that plant to meet that new reg. That's a decision that's going to be evaluated over the next 8 years as we gather data, but also a decision probably for other people when they face that decision on how to take nutrient removal to all of Lawrence's wastewater, which we know is coming. So there's some complexities there for what the future holds for treatment capacity for Lawrence.
Thank you. And understand, I'm one of the biggest supporters of this. You know, I just want to make sure that we have it right. So thanks.
Absolutely. Any other questions for Dave or John or Melinda or Mike?
Well, I guess I'll go.
Okay.
Well, the way that education budgets are being slashed, you know, the state legislature is bankrupting our state itself. The idea that we're going to add 26,000 people to our city in the next 15 years seems very aggressive projection. So the idea that we're going to put 45 million into that and not know what's coming down from the state, you know, I already hear my friends thinking about pulling their kids and moving to another state because of education. It just seems a little overly optimistic to me. And also considering, you know, I'm a new commissioner, there's 3 new commissioners here that have been on the job for 2 weeks. The idea that I feel like I'm approving the city growing by 26,000 people just doesn't, it seems a little early for me to do, especially considering all of the needs that have been put off already since 2007 in all of our other departments. So the idea that we need to meet our needs now rather than project out on top of that, to me, seems a higher priority.
Okay. Just one comment on that. We're not only building the expansion for growth, but for handling existing issues of overloaded sewers in the 31st Street corridor. So it's whether it's growth or not growth, it's meeting more than just capacity needs for treatment. And it's also doing a level of treatment that the state expects us to move towards for environmental purposes as well. So 2 other drivers behind the project are not related to growth. The regulatory capacity as well as meeting existing issues with wet weather treatment and overloading sewers on the 31st Street corridor.
What regulatory action would you anticipate if we didn't proceed with this?
You know, we have a brand new, and it's a new kind of methodologies to negotiate with the regulator called an integrated plan and within our permit requirements. And so we have an agreement about approximately what we're going to do. The city has a lot of control in that. It's one of the advantages of it. What's typically happened to utilities or entities that aren't moving forward as agreed to or is required, they typically get a court-ordered consent decree. That'll be a negotiated process with a bunch of lawyers in the room. It takes years to do, and they'll finally issue a consent decree. Some of those consent decrees will be, the rates will be established by court. And I think we see that Topeka faces a 308 letter, which is the first step of that for them in the last month. Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm not sure whether Wichita's on one or not, but Actually, the vast majority of entities I know are going that way. You know, in the case of Kansas City, Kansas, it's billions and billions and billions of dollars. It's not as flexible a process, I would tell you that. And it would take a long time, I think, for the regulator to respond that way, but that would be the eventuality of it.
Any other questions for
Yeah,
Dave?
I do actually have one question. You know, I've followed this project for quite a while, when it stalled out a number of years ago. And I know when we originally proposed it, we were talking building a facility that could support 150,000 population.
Right.
And I don't know if this is the right question for you, or if maybe I need to address this to Garney. How much money are we saving by going to this 120,000 population model facility versus the original proposed 150,000 population model? I guess the root of my question, I think Commissioner Amix and I think we both have the same concern, and that concern is, you know, I see our list of deductive alternatives and things of that, and I understand that the need to shave cost where we can shave it. My concern would be that we spend a whole lot of money and get something that we didn't really want, you know. In an effort to save pennies, we cost a lot more than that. And so I guess what I'm looking for is what is our savings with the model you present today versus if we went to the full 150,000 population model we had originally looked at 10 years ago?
Within the existing bid, we did carve out, and we have monies. We know what the bid would be if we said build a 5 million gallon a day facility. It would be an additional $4.5 million, $4.6 million if we want to build that right now. That's an option that would be on the table. It is not within our existing rate plan to be able to deliver that project to you today. That would be very close to the population projection of 150,000 and the ability to serve that if you wanted to buy it. One of the problems with that, though, is that there's not enough sewage in a 31st Street corridor to use it. So it's something we could build, but we have no way of using it. There's just not enough
So we're not,
sewage.
I guess that last statement you made perhaps answers my question, is that I want to make sure we didn't cut that to save pennies, but we cut it because it wasn't necessary.
It's not necessary, and right now we couldn't even use it.
That's what I needed to hear.
And Commissioner, in addition to that, existing ratepayers would be paying for that, something that we couldn't use and we don't need, which we think is violative of our desire to try and run an enterprise fund and a user-based fee
just
system
generally a bad idea.
that you're paying for something that you're going to use.
I got you.
Any other questions for Dave, John, Mike, Melinda? Otherwise, we'll take some public comment. All right. Public comment on utility staff presentation, wastewater treatment plant and conveyance corridor, or the bid award to Garney Construction. Public comment. All right, we'll bring it back to the commission.
I guess I'll lead off then. To me, that the last comment you made was huge. When I was looking at this, like I said, I've been following this for a long time. When it stalled out a number of years ago, one of the big things I talk about that our job is public safety and infrastructure. I mean, that's it to me. That is the job of a city commission. The infrastructure piece, this is obviously it. To me, the concern is not whether or not this is necessary, but the concern for me was whether or not this is substantial enough. You know, the first red flag that appears to me when I see a list of deductive alternatives is I fear that we make cuts and we end up offering a lesser service in order to on face, save money. I feel pretty comfortable hearing that these cuts are, I mean, they're logical. It's you know, millions of gallons that we don't need. I understand the Vice Mayor's concerns regarding population. You know, are we projecting a population increase that will never happen? But at the same time, I also look at, you know, just in the 3 weeks we've been doing this, we've talked about massive expansions at Venture Park. We've talked about doing all of these things that necessarily cause population growth. And I just think it's not very smart to talk about economic development and population growth if your city's infrastructure can't support it. I think that's just bad planning, that's bad management, you know? And so from that point of view, I would just assume our city spend our money on city infrastructure than on accessories that I don't necessarily deem necessary. I think this is a good use. I thought this was a good use 10 years ago when we first were talking about it before it stalled out. You know, it's one of those things where the longer you put something off, the more expensive it gets.
Mayor, thank you. One of the things that was important to me as we been involved with this project for a long time was to make sure that on our infrastructure needs that we're taking care of today's needs plus the future's needs. And, you know, we try to guess a lot of times on what those future needs are going to be in this community and making sure that we do it right. I think in 2007, when City Manager Corliss came to me and other members of the commission at that time and said, we need to put this on hold because it looked like some of our projections were off. We're getting ready to head into a little bit of rocky time, and that was probably one of the smartest things that we could have done because, as was suggested, it gave us that time to go through and reevaluate a lot of the things that we needed to have happen. Just happened, and it made a lot of sense. And Dave, thanks for doing that. We could have truly made a big mistake about that capacity if we would have proceeded at that time on something that we truly didn't need at that time. And as was said a little bit ago by Dave, it's something that we couldn't justify today if we even build it now because we couldn't use that capacity. I think I appreciate the answers to the questions that you've given me, Commissioner. You're absolutely right. I think several weeks ago that when the item came back before the commission after the bids came in too high, and we started talking about deductions, you know, into the future. One of the things that was important to me is somebody who has sold this project to ratepayers. Are we giving them something that that we promised them this? Are we still getting that? And I was assured at that time, and even more assured tonight, that yes, in fact, we are providing them with, the capacity that they need to take care of the events today and those future improvements, that are going to be necessary to take care of, the waste that it's designed to do. So anyway, I still think it's a great project. It's one that is, it's time to do. And I appreciate the work that's been done on getting it to a point where it's still within the rates of what was done by the rate study. So anyway, okay. Thanks, Mayor.
Thoughts?
I just would like to thank the folks for the work on this. I think it's very important to meet our environmental responsibilities, and I like the idea that we have some flexibility in working with the regulators where others might not if we do this project.
All right. Really proud of you guys for being an example in the House and the Senate as a model. So congrats to you and your team. So with all that being said, I would entertain a motion to receive the staff briefing, to award bid number B1519, project number UT1304, contract for the Wakarusa wastewater treatment plant conveyance corridor to the low bidder Garney Construction, the amount of $45,201,000, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract, and to authorize the city manager to execute the supplemental agreement number 5 in the amount of $4,498,410 to the existing engineering services agreement with Black & Veatch Corporation for project number UT1304, wastewater treatment plant and conveyance corridor facilities.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Amick, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Is it bathroom break time?
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so we'll recess for 5 minutes, and we will convene at 7:45 p.m. To reconvene, just want to remind folks, we're going to go till 9:45, and then as close to there as possible, I will see if I can get a motion to adjourn for those that have been here all day, and of course, we've been working all day. And so, the second item on our agenda is to continue discussion on proposed city fiber policy and fiber leasing framework, and to consider adopting Resolution 7097, adopting the city fiber policy and fiber leasing framework. Diane, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I wanted to provide you a little bit of background and context for this discussion this evening, maybe for those of you who are new to the commission. This has been kind of an ongoing discussion for several years that the City Commission has been having. And in 2013, there was a report by CTC. That is a national firm. Joanne Hovis is their leader of the firm and worked directly on our project. She also worked on the State of Kansas broadband report, but she's extremely knowledgeable in these areas, having testified before Congress and the FCC on a variety of these kind of issues. She put together a report on the status of broadband in Lawrence that was very comprehensive. It looked at what the current providers were providing in this area, really kind of identified that there are some needs in terms of providing higher speed internet services in the community, particularly related to economic development and businesses and people who are operating pretty sophisticated businesses even out of their homes these days. And it was kind of in the context of course, Google Fiber and all the discussion about it in the region and just what other communities were doing all across the country in terms of high-speed internet. In that report, one of the things that that was discussed is she talked about how different communities kind of have there's sort of a continuum of things that a city could do to help with this issue in their community, from the extreme of doing absolutely nothing to the extreme of having a city-owned fiber utility and being an internet service provider. And all along that spectrum, there was a variety of different options in between. One of the things that we talked about and she put in the report was a middle mile strategy. And when the City Commission talked about the report in 2013, this was kind of the direction that the Commission had indicated that they wished to go. And I wanted to provide you a little bit of background about that. So as you heard earlier, Jim Wisdom, who's here, provide an overview of the IT department in the city, and a little bit about our fiber network in the community. And this is a map here that's showing you the areas where we have fiber in the community now. So all of these colored lines represent fiber that we have, and then we have a dotted line here that we're planning to be proceeding with a project that will kind of complete this sort of a redundant loop in the community. So we have a really strong fiber background for the city purposes, and what we use it for is a variety of things: connectivity between different facilities, we have some emergency services issues, the traffic signal, intelligent traffic signal monitoring, and those kinds of things. But we have fiber we have quite a bit of fiber in these conduits. Depending on what conduit it is, we have either 288 or 144 strands of fiber in each of these conduits. And so that really is more than what even currently or in the foreseeable future, really the city itself would be needing, or even perhaps our community partners. So we thought that there could be a possibility of having 96 or 48 strands available in these conduits that would be available for leveraging by the city, if you will, that asset to be used by the private sector to help develop internet services in the community. So that, again, that was a discussion by the commission at that time, and so that's kind of why we have been going down this road of looking at augmenting this middle mile strategy. The other thing that happened is in 2014, there was a committee that was established, and Commissioner Dever sat on that group, and there was a variety of people that were very knowledgeable in our community on telecommunications issues who sat on a group, and the city issued a request for information to various providers about how they might provide better internet services in the community. And that committee reviewed all those responses that had come in from various providers. And basically there were, some things that providers were needing, like obviously right-of-way assistance, sometimes working with the city on permitting and those kinds of things. In any case, it provided the committee a lot of good information, and they presented several recommendations to the city as a result. One of the recommendations that they talked about was it is important to do something, they felt. They felt that perhaps talking with Google or talking with AT&T directly, because those companies have a lot of resources and perhaps could build out the community maybe at once or certainly over a period of time, may be a good idea. That issue we really haven't pursued much. Also, they recommended the leasing framework that you have before you. So they thought that by having a leasing framework that companies that were interested in leasing some of the middle mile and therefore going out into the neighborhoods off of this middle mile fiber, if we had a kind of a structure already put together and it didn't take months to get through the city process, we could be able to respond to them fairly easily. So that was really the impetus behind this fiber policy draft, and the leasing framework that you have before you was to kind of have that ready to go. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the fiber policy. Before I do, I did want to also mention that over the course of the last year or so, there obviously has been interest by Wicked Fiber, who has a leasing arrangement currently with the city for fiber, in leasing additional fiber. And then the city has received a request from RG Fiber related to their interest in utilizing this policy and leasing framework to lease some fiber through the city. So with regard to the fiber policy itself, one of the key things is the idea of creating a level playing field, because a key goal is to make any kind of policy competitively neutral, and that's important, a very important key with all of this. And so as we've looked at different issues, we've really focused on trying to make it a competitively neutral policy so that any provider could come in on the same terms. Basically, the proposed policy that you have in front of you includes a market lease rate of $62.50 per year per fiber per mile. And the companies that have a lease with the city must agree to provide high-speed internet service. So they can't just provide a low rate of service. The whole idea of this policy is to provide and incentivize higher speed service. It sets forth a standard lease term of 5 years that has 2 renewable 5-year extensions in it, but there's some flexibility for the city to consider a longer term if there are some circumstances that would warrant that. It also provides that connections to the city's fiber network can only be made at established vault locations. So there was a lot of discussion throughout the discussion on the policy about security, and in the city's fiber network, we want to make sure that fiber remains intact and is not disrupted. We want to make sure that anybody that's accessing it, we know where they're accessing it, and they're accessing it at appropriate points, and then they're putting their access point in a separate vault from the city's main fiber run. We also, the policy establishes that city or city-approved vendors only can splice into the fiber, and there would be some requirements that the policy sets out about those vendors, and that private companies that would do the leasing would be responsible for the costs associated with connections to the city's infrastructure. So they would need to pay for that splicing, their own vault, that kind of thing. Companies would need to be appropriately insured. They would need to follow the city's right-of-way regulations. And then one of the things that the City Commission talked about is perhaps in order to help spur internet development in Lawrence, that a market rate lease fees could be waived for the first 5 years for companies that provide the following things. that they serve at least 300 residential or business customers and achieve that within 24 months of signing the lease agreement with the city. They would provide free service to households that met a certain net income poverty threshold at or below 140% of the net income eligible for food assistance, and that they would provide free service to nonprofit organizations and institutions within their particular service area. There was a lot of discussion about the idea of common carriage, and we can talk about those issues if you all want to tonight. I can get into that. The policy that's before you doesn't have that language or requirement in it, and so I'd be happy to visit more with you about at least staff's reasonings for that, if you would like to. But that kind of provides you a bit of a framework here, and we would recommend consideration of this policy. I think it's been discussed on, well, over a period of numerous months, I think dating back to the fall. And I think through that discussion, there have been a lot of really good points and refinements that have been made to the policy. The policy may not be completely perfect, but one thing to consider may be approving the policy, and then one of the things we could see is over the next few months, does the policy yield any interest from the private sector? Do we get any interest in leasing it and providing these services that we're hoping to spur with it? If not, maybe there is something that needs to be re-examined, and some things in it, for example, the lease rate may need to be revisited from time to time and that kind of thing. But we would recommend that you consider this policy and putting it in place, and perhaps letting us see what the effect is. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you'll have.
Okay.
Two questions. I want to guarantee that we, and I believe the language speaks to this, but we are requiring this to be symmetrical high-speed service, correct?
Yes,
that
correct.
Is not, okay. And the second question I would have for you, do we have any assurance in the language of this contract that one individual company would not be able to buy up all available dark fiber?
Well, one thing that we do require is that they can't just buy it and sit on it. They have to be showing that they're using it. And so they need to be providing a plan to us about how they would be using that. So we don't think that anybody would probably have the need for all of it at any one time. And that would be something, of course, that if you get a request, that you could consider whether that was really necessary or worthy.
No, I just, we talk about creating this level playing field, and I'm all on board with that. I just want to make sure we don't end up, there would be some incentive in the market to kind of buy and squat.
Right, and that we definitely wrote in here that you can't do that.
Okay, that would be all my questions.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, on Monday, we were talking about it, and that any contract that someone wants would have to come to us again. So that's another check and balance that's in there.
Yes, it would, because we were thinking, though, that at least this framework gives a good place for a company to begin. Okay, here's where the city's lease would start, and then, of course, they would need to identify how much fiber they want to use, what their service area is, and all of that would come back to you, and you would consider whether or not to approve that lease.
Terrific, thank you.
Any questions for Diane at this point before we go to public comment? There.
This Mike's on.
Of course I have.
Competition neutral. We had a lot of discussion about this before. One of the things that, in correspondence that we received, talked about, that we're only going to get service to the wealthiest of neighborhoods or the richest of neighborhoods. If we were to require somebody has to provide, or a company has to provide service to different areas of the community, does that affect that competition neutral by us directing or regulating in any way?
Well, I might have legal kind of help me with what your thoughts may be on that. I think perhaps if it was uniformly applicable.
Randy Larkin, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Apologize for my voice, I'm a little bit under the weather. you know, as long as we applied it to every entity that came in, then it would be a level playing field.
You say 4B?
Yeah, Mayor, can I address? You know, looking at the lease agreement, I think 4B, in a way, or 4B with subpoint I addresses that, where we talk about providing an incentive in terms of no payment of service for 5 years, correct? If they meet their, if they are able to provide to, you know, at least 300 households, and then there's also the 140% of the net income eligibility requirement. And I think it creates incentive, while certainly, you know, in a free market system, you're gonna have an element of cherry picking. I think that provides an incentive to at least build out into other markets. You know, and I think we're seeing companies that are building out in neighboring cities. I mean, it would be kind of hard to say that we're cherry picking Baldwin City, right?
That was kind of our thought, was to maybe set it up as more an incentive situation. I think maybe the consideration on more requirements that you make on everyone, does it unintentionally create a disincentive for someone to want to use this to help with internet service anywhere? And maybe that's probably the other side of the coin.
I guess, you know, the most important part to me would be is that if it is to have fiber to every household, every business in town someday, I want to make sure that somebody's not left out. But I don't want to get in the regulation business, so there you go.
We got it. We're all left out.
I know, that's
That
right.
is a challenge.
That's true.
One of the things that I also talked about Monday was I was worrying about cherry picking. And that's the thing that made me feel better about it, is knowing, you know, let's just see what this policy does for a year or two. And if it does start to create this scenario where only people over a certain income are the neighborhoods that are getting it, then that's an issue we need to address in the future. But this is more a matter of getting the ball rolling.
And I know in a number of communities, you know, even, I think even Google, they're kind of focusing more on the business customer currently, and that may be an interest focus area of companies initially, for example, who knows? But at least that does give you an opportunity to see what happens and then make adjustments if you need it.
Any questions for Diane? All right, thanks, Diane. We'll take public comment on regular agenda item number 2 at this time.
I'm Joshua Montgomery. I own and operate Wicked Broadband here in Lawrence, Kansas. I did want to respond to some of the things that Diane had said. The committee that was formed to review policy was actually had received 4 proposals from companies that were interested in building out the community. Of those 4 proposals, 1 was responsive. That was our proposal. And amongst their recommendations, they recommended that the city pursue a open access network, and that the city pursue the type of model that we had proposed. That was also included in their recommendations. When Google built out their community, they had no business service at all. It's just recently that they've launched a business service. And so that really wasn't the focus of their initial project. I have a short presentation to give here. I think that this policy represents half measures. I think that what's going to happen is that this is going to result in a hodgepodge network. You can sort of see in that map up at 6th and 6th and Wakarusa, in the new neighborhoods that are being built out west, you're going to have people build comprehensive coverage because those families can afford to pay $120 a month for internet and TV. A lot of them already do. You'll probably see more than one company build in some of those neighborhoods. Any of the neighborhoods where the build-out costs are expensive or where you have low-income families, no one's going to build. I'm certainly not going to build in those neighborhoods. I'd be much better served to take my money and invest it in an S&P 500 mutual fund than invest in a fiber network anywhere east of Massachusetts Street. There's no incentive to build out full neighborhoods in this policy. What you're going to have happen is you're going to have people come in and cherry pick the best, the richest, the most capable of paying neighborhoods, a few of them, not even a whole lot, until their capital's exhausted. And the other neighborhoods are going to be left out. And if the goal is to incentivize companies like ours that have expressed an interest, have capital, have an operating history to build networks, it won't work. You know, the company that brought this to you, the reason we're talking about this today is probably not going to participate certainly in the free component of that policy, and then definitely not in the building out of complete neighborhoods portion of that policy. The other thing that this does is it sets up a scenario where you're going to be giving away access to the right-of-way. You're probably very familiar with the fact that television and voice communications are moving to the internet. Just this past month, we had HBO launch HBO Now, which allows you to subscribe to all of the HBO's content for $14.99. And you had Dish launch Sling TV, which is a basic cable package. It has all of the basic channels, ESPN, CNN, all those others, and it's delivered over the internet instead of being delivered as a traditional television package. What that means is as more and more households move to these over-the-top technologies, your revenue as a franchise organization is going to start declining, both for your video packages and your voice packages. Right now, you don't get any money at all for internet service in terms of franchise fees. We're the only company that pays 5% of revenue for internet, and we do that partially for use of the right-of-way and partially for use of other city assets. What's going to happen is that the middle mile providers are going to come in and say, hey, I want a right-of-way agreement to use the city's fiber ring. And the city, you know, wanting to encourage broadband adoption is going to grant that. The thing is federal law overrules the city's ability to charge franchise fees for use of the right-of-way. It's forbidden by the feds. And so as a result, these new companies will pay $0 in taxes, $0 in sales taxes for delivering their service, while they're starting to eat the market share that is provided by the cable and the phone companies. The net result of that is going to be declining franchise fees. And so, you know, as this commission is making multi-million-dollar purchases that are going to extend for many years in the future in terms of payment, with shrinking franchise fees, it means that you're going to have to increase taxes either through property taxes or sales taxes. That money's got to come from somewhere. Even Google, because they launched a video product, pays a 5% fee in Kansas City. Under this policy, I can't highlight this enough, you're going to end up in a situation where people are digging up people's front yards and they're paying the public nothing for use of the right-of-way. Another substantial issue is that Lawrence deserves a comprehensive solution. You know, if you look at the overall market and you say, you know, if Google or another big player is going to make a substantial investment in a system, are they going to do that in Manhattan, where there's only one provider to compete against? Or are they going to do it in a community that's got 4 or 5 little enclaves that have scooped up all of the highest value customers, and they have to compete against 4 or 5 additional players? Google has everybody in the whole country banging on their door saying, build a network, build a network, build a network. This puts Lawrence last in line for investment for a comprehensive solution. With no common carriage requirement, it means that whoever builds the neighborhood first is going to be the provider in that neighborhood forever. And if the cable market is any example of what's going to happen in the future, what will happen is various different companies will build out different systems. They'll eventually get bought up and they'll consolidate. And what you'll end up with is a single provider who has 100% of the network, which is exactly where you are today with the local cable company. You know, the Time Warner Comcast deal that fell apart this past week, that could be really bad news for Lawrence. It's been brought to my attention by reliable sources that the cable company's been for sale in Lawrence for a number of months. They've certainly made the changes to their policies by raising rates and laying off people, juicing their profits to get a good price. You know, this could be Comcast country tomorrow. And if you think that dealing with a big cable company is an issue now, imagine dealing with a company that's shedding $2 billion in cash every 90 days. With no common carriage requirement, you end up with a monopoly. There's no build-out requirement in this document. It means that you can just build out the richest and most lucrative customers, and that's what the business model, that's what makes sense. Like, that's what the free market, that's the way it works, is that you make the most money you can for your investment. And so anywhere where I have to pull $1,000 worth of fiber optic cable to hook up with a customer that can only afford to pay $19.99 a month for internet, that house isn't going to get hooked up. And then finally, there's no franchise fee payments, as I've been through before. Open access and a public system is the way forward. You know, we brought the city a proposal that would have done this through the private sector, and that would have been great. You know, that's now been completed. That process has been. There are a number of alternatives that work. Like your consultant, Joanne, stood up here and said, there's a model that works, but we don't think essentially Lawrence is good enough to do it. The Champaign-Urbana model works. In that community, the city partnered with their local university, with other local stakeholders. They built a fiber network that first hooked up the lowest income neighborhoods and then hooked up the richest neighborhoods later. They eventually spun that into a nonprofit, and it's self-supporting, self-sustaining, paying its own bills out of revenue. Stockholm, Sweden made this investment 20 years before we did. And in that country, they're shedding $16 billion in cash off that network. Simultaneously, if you move into an apartment in Stockholm, Sweden, you can have a choice of 5 gigabit fiber providers, any one of which will sell you service for $20 a month. So in that case, the city owns the system. They operate it as a wholesaler. There's a bunch of private retailers that compete to bring prices down, and the city cashes a check every month for use of this wholesale system. That's a really excellent model, and it's something that could definitely work here in Lawrence. And it's having a huge impact on communities that have pursued these types of models. You know, Chattanooga, Tennessee is generating jobs, hand over fist. Lafayette, Louisiana is generating jobs, hand over fist. With our proposal off the table, all right, you have an opportunity right now to initiate a process, taking all of the experience that has the past commission put in place, and initiate a public process, bring all the stakeholders to the table, and get something solid done. If you do a half-measure policy, something that's designed to be fast and not comprehensive, what you do is create a bunch of disincentives. You know, when you have 2 or 3 companies that have spent millions of dollars building out their individual little enclaves, how hard of a fight do you think those guys are going to put up to prevent a public network from being built? I mean, they're going to be spending money. They're going to be doing what it takes to prevent it from happening. So, you know, the way forward with this is some kind of a public utility, some kind of a public solution, some kind of a comprehensive solution. It doesn't have to involve me. I don't care. We've moved on. We're doing other things. But the policy that's laid out here is definitely not the way forward. 2 years from now, you're going to be right where you are today, instead of being a leader in this the way that Champaign-Urbana is, or a leader in this the way that Chattanooga and Lafayette are. So don't let fast be the enemy of good. There's no reason. We've been dealing with this for 2 years. The past commission put it on hold for months after month after month after month. Lawrence no longer has an opportunity to be a leader in this. Like all the other cities have surpassed you. So since that's the case, why not take some time? You've only been in office for 2 weeks. Learn about the issue, create some kind of a comprehensive solution going forward that solves the problem. Don't let fast be the enemy of good. So that's all I had, unless anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Josh? Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bosch. I am the CEO of RG Fiber. RG Fiber's mission is really simple, and it can be summed up by this statement. We want to bring speed to the people. We created RG Fiber because our software development company in Baldwin City outgrew the internet capacity, and local incumbents refused to do anything to help us. So rather than wait for someone else, we decided to raise a private capital. We did a complete raise, and we've created a model that is scaling pretty quick right now in terms of investment from private investors, and we've been part of this process and this discussion that's been taking place. Even with our recent announcement to build Eudora, RG Fiber is still very interested in building gigabit in Lawrence. We need 2 things. One is on the agenda, this fiber policy framework. The other would be a license agreement, as Diane mentioned, what we would bring back to you. Over the last couple years, there have been really 2 main voices that have spoken to this issue. And these 2 voices have very, very different opinions as to how we should move forward. One is Josh Montgomery's voice on the side of Wicked, and the other is this industry expert who was hired for their unbiased advice. They're not trying to operate a network here. They've testified before Congress. They've spoken at many of the hottest fiber conferences around the region and nation. Wicked provided a quick summary in this correspondence that was attached, and I think a brief walkthrough of it would help illustrate the differences of opinions on how Lawrence should move through. Before I walk through it, at the end of the day, this isn't about me or RG Fiber. This isn't about Josh or Wicked. This is about who's Lawrence. Who is Lawrence, Kansas? That's the question up for debate. The voters have empowered you, this new commission, to answer that differently than the way the last commission answered the question. As we look at this letter, Mr. Montgomery says that it would make it difficult or impossible to achieve universal high-speed access, and that it encourages companies to connect only the richest customer. As astutely pointed out in section 4B, there's a waiver of the fee for those that provide free services to nonprofits like the mayor's Just Foods, low-income housing, and there's, as we like to call it at RG Fiber, the get off your ass and build something clause. This Wicked letter goes on to say that low-income neighborhoods, high build costs, or low population density areas would never get service. Perhaps you haven't heard about RG Fiber building out low population density areas, high cost areas, and lower income, better known as Baldwin City and Eudora. Quite frankly, we had to build from K10 to go to Baldwin. It cost me $500,000. I didn't pick up any customers along the way, and still can't. But I chose to do this because, quite frankly, profit is not my only motive. There are business owners who, yes, love the free market, but we still give a damn about our neighbors. This letter goes on to make the claim that franchise fees make up a significant percentage, and the number that was quoted was quite inflated because it included gas and electric franchise fees. The number would altogether be different. This is also another interesting point in why we approached the city and asked for a license agreement as opposed to a franchise fee, because the license agreement that we proposed that has yet to get passed, which is the second component that we would need to move forward, saved the city almost $300,000 of build cost and created another leg of the loop on the east side of town, precisely where Mr. Montgomery is saying these low-income neighborhoods would not get built out. We voluntarily came to Jim Wisdom and said, we'd like to build it. How can we work together? And that was the route he chose. That was the route that the city would benefit, connecting, I believe, 19 city facilities. Jim also asked us to dedicate fiber all the way down to the medic station for the fire department, and when they serve an ambulance in Baldwin City. We went ahead and agreed to do that as well. Don't make any money on that, but we still think it's worth it. The license agreement was our way to give you far more than a franchise agreement would be able to give you. On the next page, it says, the city's own consultant has made it clear that the only way private enterprise is going to solve this problem is if we grant a de facto monopoly on service in selected neighborhoods. Further down, Wicked states, the city's own consultant has highlighted Champaign-Urbana, Illinois as a community where this comprehensive approach has been wildly successful. Let's see what the industry expert actually said. Page 1 of this report, also in your attachments, from CTC. In the background paragraph, sentence 1, our understanding is that the city is considering, on the recommendation of one of its private sector partners, requiring companies that build to make their fiber open access. goes on to say that, quote, "We do not think Urbana-Champaign example is analogous here." A very convenient omission by Wicked Fiber. The industry expert goes on to say, very candidly, quote, "The theoretical benefits of the open access to the home, however attractive seeming, are in our professional judgment highly unlikely in the foreseeable future. That may change over time, but the promised benefits are illusory, in which the short and medium term, while the disadvantages of such a requirement are significant." The industry recognized expert goes on and says, "Our national policy," quote, "our national policy has been to pursue competition that is facilities-based, meaning competition among providers who own and offer service over their own infrastructure." This letter is flat out deceptive in its handling of the facts. The question is, who is Lawrence? I could come up with a multitude of different examples, but there's one that cut me deep. When a board member in a nonprofit in Lawrence called Tenants to Homeowners reached out to me about their project. I pulled this from their website. Tenants to Homeowners is a local Lawrence, Kansas nonprofit that helped more than 350 families become homeowners since 1992. Tenants to Homeowners also provides 54 affordable rentals and reaches more than 300 people annually through the homebuyer education workshops and presentations to help equip families to be successful homeowners. For its homeowners, Tenants to Homeowners also provides maintenance workshops, post-purchase counseling, and foreclosure prevention advocacy. The Housing Trust has had a 0% foreclosure rate since it was adopted in 2005. My hat's off to them. What does this have to do with fiber? Their newest project is a, quote, 14-unit Cedarwood senior cottages, which will be the first Tenants to Homeowners rental project designed to address the fast-growing adult population, seniors aged 62 or older, many of which I will add my own commentary are on fixed income. The fully accessible Cedarwood units will offer award-winning Energy Star efficiency as well as gardens, walking paths, and a community center for low to moderate income seniors. All units will rent for below fair market rental, and 10 of the units will meet the state income restricted requirements for senior housing earning less than 60% of the median area income. This is where it gets really exciting for me personally. In addition to being an affordable senior community, offering the joys of independent living without the responsibilities of home ownership, Cedarwood will be a 21st century smart tech community with a base system of sensors providing greater flexibility, health, and safety for our senior occupants. This 21st century technology that they're deploying is a company based out of Kansas City. When talking with Greg, one of the co-founders there, he said, part of the reason we're in Kansas City is Google Fiber. I said, that's funny, because I'm trying to build fiber in Lawrence. And here are big-hearted Lawrencians doing great things for their neighbors, trying to attract more people to call Lawrence home. And they need a 21st century infrastructure. As I mentioned, this is not about me. It's not about Josh Montgomery. It's about the question, who is Lawrence? Right now, where they're building is right behind the United Way facility. Today, there's only one bidder for their project. I've walked the site. I helped engineer and comped all of our engineering because I think what they're doing is really cool. All they ask is that you provide them with more choices. How can they ensure affordable access to seniors if they don't have multiple choices to provide the infrastructure, which is the key differentiator on this project? When they implement this 21st century technology, they're eligible for multiple grants. But right now, there's only one provider. So these two voices that are calling for your attention, they want to help you answer this question. One, again, is from Wicked. Their attempt at $1 million taxpayer-funded grant failed. The loan back, or the guaranteed loan, or the loan guarantee, I'm sorry, failed. Their bid for political office failed. They need time to come up with a new plan. So they advise you with the following, and I read this out of the letter, quote, before adopting a solution, let's convene a group of local experts and stakeholders. Before rushing, take some time, do nothing. That's my quote, or my paraphrase. Don't put it up for a vote. Drag your feet, let other towns in the region continue to take the lead. There is no shortage of demand knocking on RG Fiber's door. We have delayed. We cannot anymore. I'm not asking for a perfect policy, and I'm not saying I'm going to be perfect coming out of the gate. But I am saying I'm here. I'm willing to put my own capital to work because I believe in the things that are happening in Lawrence. And I believe that this can help raise a regional economic development strategy founded in a tech-centered future. The industry-recognized expert advice for you is this, quote, we thus recommend that the city stay the course with respect to its existing strategy, in which city assets such as conduit and fiber are offered for lease. This is precisely what this fiber policy does. The city staff worked very hard to keep in compliance with state and federal laws. When the incumbents and us began to complain, they also balanced Wicked's request to have incentives specifically for their business model. Their business model was written into paragraph 4B. There is no other players that offer that business model today. The past Commissioner Reardon said this, my fear is if we do nothing, we'll miss out on the opportunity. That statement has become prophetic. I don't have as much capital now that we've made other commitments. How long does Lawrence have to wait? This is not about me, not about RG Fiber. We have other opportunities, but I am here tonight because I want to build here. I need your permission to do that. I need your permission to help Lawrence have a 21st century infrastructure. In sum, special interest politicking wants you to do nothing. They want you to delay. Don't vote on this policy. I hope you answer the question, who is Lawrence, a lot differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. Any other public comment questions? Any other public comment on this item? All right. All right, back to the commission.
Well, as everyone knows, I am totally in favor of pursuing a municipal fiber project, but we don't have to do that right this second as well. We have this, let's give this a try. If it doesn't work out, we can still pursue that option. So I feel comfortable voting on it. I've gotten my questions answered. And this is just step one of many steps. I don't see this as the final step that we're taking.
18 months ago, we drafted this policy, is that correct? Give or take? Yeah. And for 18 months, I've come to varying city commission meetings as a non-elected official. I've sat in that seat right there, and I've watched as the commission talked about and talked about and talked about, and then quietly convened into the night, and no progress was made. I'm really sick of stagnation, and I'm ready to pursue our fiber policy. I said when we set our goals with City Manager Corliss, this was my top priority, and I'm here tonight to back that up with a vote.
Just one question. Diane, question about the license that Mr. Bosch talked about. We got to have a license as part of this also, right? A license agreement?
And he's gonna help me.
Commissioner, I think I can answer that. We have an existing agreement with RG Fiber's predecessor, and it's just a matter, I believe, of converting that over. That's not correct.
Okay, so we have one on hand that any company that wanted to come up that met all the requirements of the resolution, they could get done and you know, on the agenda and licensed all in one.
Right, if the policies put in place, then we'll follow it and put together that type of agreement based on the template and based on the circumstances of each case. We still have some flexibility within the template to create specific things for the needs of whoever the applicant would be. But we do have an agreement based, as RG Fiber was talked about, running through the east part of town that would connect some of the city's buildings. With Dawn Fiber, I believe we're doing, and that was a predecessor to RG Fiber. It's just a matter of getting that converted over and then change the names.
Okay. Well, Diane, I appreciate you and Dave, everybody on staff that put together the policy. It's something that's been a long time, and I appreciate all the work.
Our pleasure. Learned a lot.
Thanks, Diane.
Okay, sounds like there's consensus. So I'd consider a motion to adopt resolution number 7097, adopting the city fiber policy and fiber leasing framework. Are there any other motions that we need for this, or is that what we need?
That's good.
Moved.
That's the loudest I've ever heard you make a motion, Commissioner.
I made that motion 18 months ago in that chair, and nobody listened to me.
All right. There's a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Motion made to adopt resolution 7097, adopting a city fiber policy and fiber leasing framework. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing, consider recommendations from the Historic Resources Commission to designate the following properties as landmarks on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. Lynn, good evening again.
Good evening again, Mayor and Commissioners. If I can challenge my technology, I'll move quickly. I know you still have some things on your agenda this evening. Wanted to present to you this evening 5 properties for landmark status on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and if it please the commission, I'd like to present them all at once.
Great.
Thank you. Just quickly, I know you've had a lot of background this evening. Just wanted to let you know, we do have 3 different registers that we deal with in Lawrence. There's the National Register of Historic Places, which is a National Park Service register. There is the Kansas Register of Historic Places, which is done by the State Historic Preservation Office for Kansas. And then in Lawrence, we have the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, which is established by Chapter 22 of the City Code. It actually lays out criteria that properties must meet before they can be considered for nomination. The Historic Resources Commission makes a recommendation to this body, and this body is the one that actually landmarks historic properties. Along with the landmarking of the property, Chapter 22 is set up to have a context area associated with each landmark. For those of you who have been around a while, you've heard people call it an environs. It's a 250-foot buffer around each landmark property that if there's a building permit or a demolition permit applied for within that 250-foot area, it has to get reviewed by the Historic Resources Commission for its impact on the listed property. Chapter 22 goes very specific to say that there is an assumption, or a presumption, I should say, that that certificate of appropriateness gets approved unless it actually harms the listed property. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation. And right now, I'd like to show you 5 fantastic properties for listing in the Lawrence Register. The first property is the Samuel Riggs House. Many of you may notice this as you drive down 15th Street. It is an Italianate house that was built in 1863, 1864. It was listed in the National Register in 1977, and the Historic Resources Commission felt that it met criteria 1, 2, 3, and 6 in Chapter 22, mainly for its architecture, its association with Samuel Riggs, and also for its association with Quantrill's raid. It was one of the structures that was partially built when the raid happened. The raiders were specifically looking for Mr. Riggs, and they burned part of the house, but it was rebuilt, the completion of the house, shortly after the raid. This is St. Luke AME Church at 900 New York Street. It's a Gothic revival structure that was constructed in 1910, and it's being nominated for its architecture, which is wonderful. I hope you've had a chance to go by and look at the fantastic stained glass windows in the structure, and also for its development of the heritage and cultural development of the community, and specifically for its association with Langston Hughes. 1711 Massachusetts Street, the Goodrich House. It was constructed in 1890, 1891. It's a Queen Anne structure that was listed in the National Register in 2001 for its architecture. And if you look closely at the structure, you can see some of the wonderful detailing in the gabled ends and on the front porch. 947 Louisiana Street, the Greenlee House, was constructed in 1903. It was listed in the National Register in 2004 for its Queen Anne architecture. And if you notice, it's quite different from the Queen Anne structure we saw before. So you can have multiple types of Queen Anne that are significant for their architecture that are not duplications of the style. And 809 Vermont Street, this was constructed in 1871. It's Italianate in style. It was listed in the National Register in 1984, and it's significant for its architecture and also for its association with Lucy Hobbs Taylor. The building was actually constructed as a business with a living unit upstairs, so it's one of our first mixed use here in Lawrence. The City Commission action this evening would be to hold a public hearing for the properties and adopt the ordinances that are identified in your packet for 1501 Pennsylvania Street, 900 New York Street, 1711 Massachusetts Street, 947 Louisiana Street, and 809 Vermont Street to the Lawrence Register of Historic Places if appropriate. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Lynn. Questions for Lynn?
Thank you for all your work on this.
Thank
I
you.
know this is a long deal.
This would be, what, 14 that we've added in the past couple months?
Yes,
It's exciting.
it is exciting.
All right, so thank you, Lynn. Any questions? Commissioner Boley, did you have one? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to open up the public hearing.
So move.
All right, motion made to open up the public hearing by Commissioner Amix, second by Commissioner Boley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Dennis, good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown, President of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. The National Register of Historic Places began in 1966 with the passage of the National Historic Preservation Act. The Register of Historic Kansas Places began in 1977 with the passage of the Kansas Historic Preservation Law, and the Lawrence Register of Historic Places began in 1988 with the passage of the Lawrence Preservation Ordinance, which is Chapter 22 of our City Code. To qualify for these historic registers, a property must be documented to have significance in the areas of history, architecture, engineering, archaeology, or the culture of an area. The property must be at least 50 years old, so it stood the test of time, and particularly on its exterior, should have a high degree of architectural integrity so that we can see from the public right-of-way what we see there is similar to what our ancestors would have seen years ago. But architectural integrity is different from general condition. To illustrate, when the LPA bought the Turnhalla had an incredible degree of architectural integrity, but its general condition was horrible. It's come a long way since then, but it still has a lot of work to do. But those two things have different definitions. Of the three historic registers, the threshold of significant and integrity that has to be met is highest at the national level and lowest for the local level, which is how it should be. There are rehabilitation tax credits available for state and national listed properties, but no financial incentive for the local register. That, plus the relative newness of the local register, has created an upside-down effect in Lawrence, where our community has a number of properties that have already passed the threshold to be listed state and nationally, but have not been nominated for the local register. The Lawrence Preservation Alliance has been working with city staff over the last 2 years, and Jeremy, you're correct, to nominate these properties to our local historic register. These excellent properties before you tonight are among them, and we have just a few more to go before we're all caught up. Once this project is complete, LPA will begin focusing on other historic properties in our community that have not been documented for any historic register, and begin nominating them for our local register first before state and national, which is really the way the process should operate. We're very fortunate to have the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, our historic honor roll, and LPA will continue working to ensure that our younger sibling of the state and national registers will become all it can be. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thanks, Dennis. Dennis, thanks for all your hard work with LPA, and it's been amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, Candace.
Hello, greetings this evening. I want to say that my house happens to be one of the houses at 947 Louisiana, and I wanted to let you know I'm Candace Davis, the owner of that house now for about 17 years, and it is in that unusual and energetic neighborhood of Oread. And what is really interesting about that house is that it's the first house that was saved by the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, and they called it the Louisiana Purchase. And this was in 1984, and thus the beginning of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance. So, you know, I'm just grateful for that. My house is on the National Register, the State Register, and so I'm delighted that it would be on the local registry as well. I just want to emphasize to you as, especially not necessarily Mike, but new commissioners, and Jeremy probably already knows this, that just emphasizing how important it is to maintain our historic buildings, the integrity of our community. And I think it's these very buildings that augment and allow our history to unfold, and it helps Lawrence to be a destination. So it's not about just fluff and a pretty house. It really adds to substantively to the attraction of our community. I also want to thank Lynn Zollner, who has been so active in helping preserve so many structures, writing grants, doing so many things that have helped our community, including in Oread. We're now working on an overlay district. One thing I want to say too is that, so anyway, thank you, Lynn. You've really done a great job, and of course Dennis Brown as well. I wanted to let you know that Horizon 2020, the task force that is underway right now, did a survey, this ETC Institute survey, and in that survey they sent out a questionnaire as to what was important to the citizenry. And I wanted to let you know or remind you that 83% of the respondents to the survey agree that revitalization of older city-center neighborhoods is important. 92% of the respondents agree that preserving historic buildings and areas is also important, and 89% said the same thing about our downtown. So I just wanted to remind all of you how important our history is, and having a visual reminder of that adds so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Any other public comment on this side? All right, with that, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made to close public hearing made by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Amix. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Any comments from the commission, or can we approve these in one motion?
Absolutely. Don't you want to show that picture of 947 Louisiana?
Yeah, can
Can you put that?
Just a quick point of clarification. There's one part of 947 that I would like struck from the record if possible.
If we could go to
the fourth photo.
Can you bring the agenda packet up?
Photo number 4.
Real quick.
I think there's a conflict of interest. We may need to ask
That's
one member of the commission to.
I took new photos for the commission meeting this evening.
What?
Sign code violation.
Yeah,
That's right.
there's a pretty
sign
clear
code
sign.
violation.
Up there, big, bold print.
You don't have it up there? Yeah?
No, I do not have it in this presentation.
There's a pretty giant green sign in your yard.
It's not a violation, it was
Oh, I didn't say it was a violation. I said I want it struck from the record.
Does this mean I can't vote because I'm totally biased?
Yeah.
Save it
All
for
right.
4 years.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good observation there. All right, so then I would consider a motion to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9103, 9104, 9105, 9106 with the green yard sign, and 9107 for landmark designations of 1501 Pennsylvania, 900 New York, 1711 Mass, 947 Louisiana, and 809 Vermont Street.
So moved.
Second, and just to comment, everyone who's been involved with this, Lynn, and, great job in helping us recognize the importance of the housing stock that we have in the community. Dennis Brown and the work that he does with LPA, and it's incredible. And it is. Candace, you're absolutely right. The survey says, how important it is to Lawrence residents to recognize, our history and our neighborhood. So anyway.
We're in your guys' debt. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, motion made by, was that you?
I think maybe I'm
She
going to
hollered
repeat
it,
it.
yeah.
I'll move
All
that
right,
we
so
do
Vice
that.
Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Amix. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Next on the agenda is to consider approving a special use permit for the 12th and Haskell Recycle Center to permit the expansion of a scrap and salvage operation and to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9100. Hi, Sandy.
Hi.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Sandy Day. I'm one of the planners in the office. This item that you have before you this evening is the expansion of a special use permit, as Mayor Farmer noted. We have a bit of history with this property and with this use, so we have a few slides to go through. If you decide that you don't need that information, I'll move along. If we want to come back to it, please let me know. The subject property is located actually on 11th Street. The slide highlighted in blue is where the existing operation is, and it's these two parcels that are being added to this particular use. The surrounding zoning of this property is IG, that is an industrial zoning district. On the other side of the railroad tracks is city property, the wastewater treatment plant. There are a number of other uses which we'll talk about in just a moment. This property is an island inside of the railroad right-of-way, and that has presented some unique opportunities to both screen and locate this use from its previous operation. This applicant filed the original application in 2012, and we moved through that review process. Not sure what's going on here. There we go. Through the middle of 2012 and ended up with an approved project. In August, the applicant relocated his business at the end of the year in 2012. They were open for operation at the beginning of 2013. They've been in operation since that time, and they have not had any violations or complaints that staff is aware of throughout the review of this. Just another slide highlighting some of the existing uses. This is the relocated property, and that relocation, what it did was moved the property from the previous location to property that was appropriately zoned, industrial district. It's farther from the residential uses within the neighborhood. There's a prohibition of burning that's both in the code and reflected as a note on the face of the approved plan. And there's also a note that requires the property to be maintained litter-free, and that's especially appropriate around the perimeter fence. Other restrictions that were added with the initial SUP were to restrict the hours of operation and that there be compliance with state and federal requirements for all solid and hazardous waste. In your staff report, you have a number of findings of fact. We'll cover some of those in this presentation. Does the project comply with applicable codes? So when we first look at those things, we are looking at, is the use allowed? Is it compliant with the design standards, setbacks, et cetera, that are appropriate to those particular uses? We have two predominant uses that are associated with this operation: the recycling facility that is permitted by right in the IG district, and also the scrap and salvage yard, which is also permitted in the IG district, subject to a special use permit. These are definitions from the code of those two uses, just for your reference. In the recycling facilities, they're talking about small and large collection facilities, and then also the processing piece of that is all captured under the heading of recycling facilities. One of the requirements of this use is to have them designed in such a way that they are safe for both the public and the user, as well as to ensure that there's adequate maintenance of those facilities. And we've tried to structure any conditions associated with a special use permit to address those kinds of things. However, the regulations really are talking about this type of recycling that we see, bins and containers. Either they're unmanned, or in the Walmart example, the recycling center there that had that was a staffed facility. Scrap and salvage operations, again, there are some design standards in the development code. Those address what kind of screening is applicable along certain types of streets, that open burning is prohibited, and that there be a special use permit that is required for that type of operation. This particular property is surrounded by railroad right-of-way, so the purpose of fencing is really to contain the use and the activity, not so much screening, because we have an already intensive industrial use around that. Exterior storage is a use that is associated with this type of operation. Exterior storage is typically considered to be an accessory to a principal use, so the scrap salvage, the recycling, that exterior storage is required to be screened from public right-of-way. And then that particular use is allowed to be located on compacted gravel as a surface. And that was a comment that came up in communication. So we wanted to share with you that there is code language for these types of activities to have that type of surface. The approved special use permit included some specific areas for exterior storage, as well as processing areas. The piece here in the northern part of that property includes a shelter structure that the applicant intended to do some building improvements in the future, and that is where the vehicles are processed, the automotive fluids are drained, and then there is also this building that allows for some indoor processing to go on, and it also provides office space for the applicant. The major activities that are associated with the recycling operation, regardless of the type of materials that are being recycled, or the receiving of the materials, whether they're from companies, businesses, residents, those materials are then sorted, they're baled or containerized, and then they are shipped. And those are really the four major functions of what and how this property operates. There were several conditions of approval of that original special use permit. Those same conditions were intended to address concerns of the previous operation. Those same conditions would carry forward to this new application. So yes, staff's finding was that this use did comply, or does comply, with the development code. Another finding is related to the compatibility of the property to the surrounding area. We looked at some of the background of this property, where its original location was on Haskell. And this is just a slide of that location. It's since been relocated, so we're farther away from any direct residential uses than we have been in the previous operation. There is a history of industrial use for that site, so there was There is a history of that non-conforming use that we worked through with the applicant when he took over the business in 2003. There certainly were complaints and concerns in 2010 that the applicant worked with staff and with KDHE to resolve those things. But ultimately, because of floodplain issues, the applicant chose to find a more appropriate location, and that's the site we're talking about tonight. In our review, we looked at both code enforcement, stormwater, and our fire prevention staff to determine that the property has been in compliance with its current operation. They have. There is no active complaint that staff has received in this past year of operation. Some of the surrounding uses that we talked about just a moment ago, again, assessing that compatibility. So we noted this property is completely surrounded by the railroad right-of-way, but we also have the 8th and Penn District further to the north, Ninedale Lofts, which is being constructed, Allen Press, and then Hobbs Park. So we have a number of, a range of uses, but the predominant use surrounding this property is intensive industrial. The proposed expansion extends this property down to the south. This was just a slide to highlight for you what the current operations are, the main pieces of it. There is a small paved area that provides predominantly accessible parking, but paving for one stall is really not terribly efficient. So the applicant has a small paved pad site for vehicular parking that can accommodate either staff or customers to the site. This proposed request will also add a parking area here on the southern end. The revised boundary is highlighted in this slide. What this property brings to this operation is the truck and trailer storage, which will be able to accommodate the business, more efficient operation, and then an additional building where the applicant can have indoor processing and storage of recycled materials that maybe are more valuable and maybe less appropriate to be stored in an exterior manner. One of the things that we did with this particular special use permit was to revise and to be more reflective of how the applicant is currently using the site, and that has to do with where these exterior storage areas are within this site. The applicant had originally intended a lot of their smaller recycled materials to be here located along kind of this northwest fence. However, because of theft and trespass, the applicant has relocated how they manage their site. So some of those more valuable pieces are located interior to the site. And one of the things that we identified that the applicant was recycling were wood pallets. What this identified for us was that there are changes in trends in recycling. So we haven't identified in this particular plan, this area is for this recyclable material and this area is for that. This allows the applicant maximum flexibility to operate his business, but to identify what the boundaries and confines are. One of the things that is important in this particular application is that they have customers that come in, they have trucks, so they have to have good interior circulation. What this site does, this expansion, is allows them to have their trailers parked that are either ready to ship or ready to be moved in, separated from their interior circulation. So those vehicles come in, they weigh at the scale, they deposit their recyclable materials, they come back through the site and exit. Just another highlight again of some of the surrounding land uses. Staff's conclusion was that yes, this use in this location is compatible with its surrounding uses. Just to go through some of these other findings a little bit quicker, that we would, the proposed expansion would not result in a diminution of value of the surrounding property, and staff's opinion is that it would not. That we have adequate transportation and public facilities to serve this property. There is no change to those services as a result of this expansion. whether or not there's adequate assurance of continuing maintenance, and has that been provided? And this also relates to a question about the timing or how frequently we would look at a special use permit. In the development code, you as the city commission have the authority to amend, suspend, or revoke any special use permit. That can come of your own actions, it can come from a recommendation for staff or recommendation from the planning commission. And it is this particular language in the code that staff believes there's not necessarily a need to have a specific annual review. There are enough actions in the development code today to respond to complaints, to respond to activity that is going on that either should or should not be occurring, that can be addressed in today's codes. One of the questions that we looked at was the impact on the natural environment. In the land development code, there are a few specific environmental elements that the code recommends that we address. Those include regulatory floodways, wetlands, stream corridors, mature trees, and archaeological and historic sites. Matt Bond, the city stormwater engineer, is also here to answer any questions that you may have about floodplain. This property has historically been used related to the railroad. It's had a lot of historically industrially related activities going on. There is no mature stand trees. There's not a creek that comes through this particular property. So that really leaves us with the floodplain. When the applicant relocated to this site, this property was located in what is called the 500 year. That is not part of the floodplain that is regulated by the city's floodplain regulations. However, in the restudy, this property will be subject to some floodplain requirements. The applicant did work with staff for a floodplain development permit. We will continue to work on those. That is something that staff is very conscious of, as we have federal programs that we participate in as a community to be able to manage that. So in staff's finding, we did not find that there would be an adverse impact on the environment. Whether or not it's appropriate to place a time limit on this particular application, again, this is a significant investment in a business. It is very rare that staff would recommend that you put a time limit on a particular special use permit, with the exception of some use that maybe it is intended to be temporary, it is intended maybe to be eventually relocated to a more appropriate location. This particular use is in an appropriate location, and really the point of the special use permit is to have a public discussion of the salvage operation predominantly. Otherwise, those uses are allowed by right, and we would look at them as a site plan, as an administrative task. The Planning Commission forwarded a unanimous recommendation to you, and that recommendation came with just 2 conditions: execution of a new site plan performance agreement, since we have new legal boundary that we are dealing with, and then also to add one additional note to the plan. There are specific utilities running through this property. There are some manholes. We wanted to just articulate that it was important to keep those manholes cleared of recyclable materials so that utility staff can have access to them if they need to. We made a couple of site visits out to the property during the last couple of weeks, and the manholes there, they have bright paint marking on them, so they're very easy to spot in the property. Your action options tonight, since there is no protest petition with this application, you can approve with conditions, or modify this request with a simple majority vote. You can deny this request, although it does require you to provide revised findings, and that would take a supermajority vote. Or you can return this application to the Planning Commission for further consideration, but with a written explanation for what you would be looking for from the Planning Commission. That's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions for you.
Okay, do we have questions of Sandy?
Always got questions. On Monday, I was asking you if the EPA, if they actually proactively go out and do inspections, or if it's on a complaint-driven basis, and you were going to look that up?
Yes. I think it was KDHE that we were speaking of.
Okay.
Okay. I did actually speak with somebody with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment this afternoon. And while there is some permitting that is required through the state for this particular use, they do not do annual inspections, and it is complaint driven.
And right now, the rezoning, I guess, that we're looking at is there's no review process in place for it, if this is approved as it is.
There is no scheduled review that's associated with this. We would respond to complaints from residents, surrounding property owners, the neighborhood, if there was a need to go out and look at this property. I don't know if through our floodplain program, if we occasionally look at properties for that particular piece of it, through the CRS reporting piece. That is what our local floodplain development permit is for, is the documentation of that use and activity.
So if we were to put a special use permit with an annual review, or I should say, if we did a special use permit on an annual basis, then that just means it comes back here once a year. Does that necessarily mean that you'll go out and review them every year?
It would depend on how you structured that condition. So that could be anything from this special use being put back on your agenda on an annual basis and holding a public hearing about it, whether or not that's on your regular agenda, your consent agenda. If you direct staff that you want that annual review to come with an annual report, we would go out and inspect that property annually as well.
I'm more concerned about just annual inspections for at least a few years than having, a big show here once a year. So I'm not sure how to achieve that, I suppose. Do you have any other recommendations for how to achieve that, I guess?
Do you want to respond?
Mayor, Commissioner Soden, if the concern is environmental inspections, then we're going to have to go outside of our department for that expertise, and we're likely going to have to coordinate with KDHE in order to perform some sort of annual inspection, which we need to ask them if they're willing to do, and coordinate with them on that. That to me would be the path to address the concern. We can certainly do any number of inspections to make sure it's compliant with our local codes, but the codes we're talking about are the environmental codes of the state.
What would trigger one of those?
A complaint, typically. Yeah, and there were a few, one or two, as I recall, 5 years ago, that was triggered from a complaint, not by our making. We did have several fire calls out to the former site that we handled. We, the city, handled, but the KDHE involvement was based on complaint.
Am I remembering wrong that the EPA was involved in the other locations somehow?
KDHE was involved.
Okay, so I'm remembering wrong. Okay.
Vice Mayor, I think though that if we had received information on any place that had a use permit or an SUP, that we would have the opportunity to bring that forward for our review, wouldn't we? On anything?
If it's not compliant with our development code
Right.
laws and standards, yes. But typically, I mean, these businesses are mandated by any number of federal or state. I mean, businesses can have any number of federal and state compliance issues as well that we don't necessarily get involved with, and it doesn't necessarily impact their land use entitlements either. They're usually dealing with that agency on their own.
I'm going to think that we would have the opportunity to review one of these if we felt that it was necessary for whatever reason. If a complaint came forward, we could bring that to this body.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
start
we'll
that
put a
investigation.
condition that it needs to comply with all federal and state laws and standards so that it's got a local hook in it, but,
And this one has that note.
so we've got that condition that could in fact connect it to your review if there were compliance issues.
Any other questions for Sandy or Scott, staff? Okay, thank you.
Mayor Randy Larkin with the City Attorney's Office. Before we open it for public comment, this is a special use permit, and like the rezoning issue coming up next, you are sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. When you consider it, that basically means you're looking at the facts, applying the law, making a decision. A good rule of thumb is if you're talking about an individual property, then you're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity. If you're talking about fiber policy regarding the whole city, you're ruling legislatively. So when you're sitting quasi-judicially, there are certain due process requirements that attach. And one of those is that that there be no bias. And one of those requirements is that you disclose ex parte communications. Ex parte communications are any communications you have outside these chambers with a third party upon the subject matter being discussed. So the reason that due process requires it, the reasons are twofold, is so that all the commissioners have the same information from which to make a decision, and so that proponents and opponents of the subject have an opportunity to respond or rebut it. So at this point in time, when you make ex parte communication disclosures, state who you talk to, when, subject of it, and that's sufficient. If you receive something through the United States mail that's written on a letter or something, that's usually a good idea to submit that in writing, put that in the record. So if you have any questions regarding that, I can respond. And if not, I would let you make ex parte disclosures at this time.
Yeah, I spoke with Michael Allman on the 26th. There was another day, maybe like the 17th, and I've gotten some emails from Michael. I think that's about all of that.
I've gotten emails from Michael, but I think they were sent to all of us. I don't think it was just to me.
I visited with Mr. Killo on a couple of occasions and also with Melinda Henderson, just about things that have already been said tonight.
And I'd gotten a couple of emails from Michael, and again, as the Vice Mayor said, I think we all got the same email. And then right before this meeting, I was outside on the telephone. I visited with Michael a second. He just brought it up, but it was the same information that was involved in the emails. So.
Same emails everybody else got. I'm a regular customer out there at the scrapyard, but I don't talk to anybody other than to say hello and wave when I drive up on the scale. So.
All right. Public comment on this item. Okay. Back to the commission.
Mayor, I got to say, staff's review of this request is incredible. I applaud staff on the work that they've done in making sure that everything has been considered as to not have a situation as happened before. I appreciate the fact that the business seems to be doing very well, and thank you for the hard work. No complaints. That's a great deal. So anyway, very happy about that, Mr. Fellow. But anyway, with all the information that staff has provided, and I believe that all the safeguards that are built into this recommendation, I believe that our opportunity to review this SUP, if necessary, is within our bounds. I think I guess I would just say that I would support, as recommended from staff, the conditions that we have, and concur with the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Mike, anything else care to weigh in?
Well, I'm in favor of some kind of annual review. I don't see that as a particularly large hardship. If everything is functioning normally, then it shouldn't be a hardship.
Okay.
I don't love the idea of creating bureaucracy where it doesn't need to exist. I mean, clearly people have had their eye on this business. I mean, it's not for a lack of knowledge that people aren't complaining. 5 years ago, people raised issue. The proper channels were addressed. I don't know that we need to create bureaucracy where there doesn't need to be. If people complain, then I think we inspect. I think we follow the normal channels, but I don't see a big need for that.
Okay. Commissioner Bullock, anything to add?
I concur with Commissioner Herbert. I think that, we have the opportunity in the agreement to follow through if there's a problem. I think that's how we do it.
Okay. All right, then I would entertain a motion to approve special use permit SUP 15-00019 for the 12th Anasco Recycle Center to permit the expansion of a scrap and salvage operation in conjunction with the Recycling Collection and Processing Center located at 1010 East 11th Street and adopt on first reading ordinance number 9100.
So moved.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Excellent. Next on the agenda is to consider approving a rezoning from CSUC to CSUC with a modification to the zoning restriction to permit a bar use without a food sales requirement located at 804 Pennsylvania Street. Consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9101 to rezone approximately 0.27 acres from commercial strip with urban conservation overlay to commercial strip with urban conservation overlay district with modification to the zoning restriction to permit a bar use without a food sales requirement located at 804 Pennsylvania Street. That's a mouthful.
Yes, it is. Good evening, I'm
Hi,
Mary
Mary.
Miller, one of the planners. And as you mentioned, this is a rezoning from the CS district. We're not changing the zoning designation, but the request is to revise the conditions to allow a bar use without the 55% food sales requirement. The property is about 1/4 acre and it's located at 804 Pennsylvania Street. It is in East Lawrence, it's shown here with the star. The area that's dashed, that is the East Lawrence Industrial Historic District. This area was rezoned in 2006 to the 8th and Penn Neighborhood Urban Conservation Overlay District. We have 2 urban conservation overlay districts in Lawrence. One is downtown and one is the 8th and Penn District. When this was rezoned, they also established a set of design guidelines. And the intent of the design guidelines was to ensure that the character of this area maintained its industrial qualities when it was being developed with mixed uses. The design guidelines said very little about the type of uses that would be allowed. However, they did set limits on the amount of retail that could be in this area. A maximum of 25% of the floor area could be for retail uses. This shows the zoning of the property. Along with this overlay district, they did zone to base districts. The red was the commercial strip district. This was in 2006, and the purple is the general industrial district. The commercial strip zoning district was conditioned in 2006 based on comments received from the East Lawrence neighborhood. The uses that are listed here were all restricted. Bars were allowed if they met that 55% food sales requirement. Otherwise, these uses were all restricted as they were thought to perhaps have negative impacts on the surrounding properties. And this, the one condition that's being requested to be changed is the first one, the bars, to allow it without the 55% food sales requirement. This is a brief zoning background of this area. As I mentioned, in 2006, it was zoned to the CSUC, or Commercial Strip, the Urban Conservation Overlay District. That's the red portion. In 2011, there was some development, and the Polar Building was rezoned to RM24, I believe, and the subject property was rezoned to RM12D. It had been developed with a duplex, and that had been allowed in the commercial strip district until our development code changed, and then it became non-conforming. So they rezoned that in 2011, so the duplex would be a conforming use. However, in 2013, their plans changed, and they wanted to develop it with a bar bistro use, and so they revised the zoning to the CS with the urban conservation. They zoned it back, but they asked that the conditions be revised. And at that time, they wanted the 55% food sales requirement to be lifted. And staff recommended that either the 55% food sales be retained or that specific use standards be applied to the zoning, such as limited operating hours, limited size of outdoor area, different steps to perhaps reduce the impact on neighboring properties. It went to the Planning Commission, and at that meeting, the applicant indicated that rather than having the use-specific standards applied, he would like to have the 55% food sales kept, but allow him more time to meet that, allow 2 years for the business to meet the 55% food sales requirement. And he indicated if that didn't work, he may come back and revisit the other options. The applicant indicated that he has not been able to find a tenant who was willing to operate the bar The proposal is to have food trucks there, so the manager of the bar would not be operating the food sale trucks necessarily. And so they would need to monitor the receipts of the various food trucks that would be there and see that they met the 55% food sales. And he has not been able to find a tenant, and that brings him to his current request is to remove the 55% food sales requirement. He indicated he does plan to sell food, and he still wants to have the food trucks, just not, he's not sure he would meet the 55% requirement. And I forgot to mention, with the other rezonings, this portion in the east, that was rezoned recently to IL. So we have the IL, the multifamily for the Polar Building, and then we still have the commercial strip and then the IG district in this area. The building is relatively small. It's about 1,200 square foot, and the outdoor dining area is a little bit larger than the building. This is the approved site plan. The yellow area shows the outside dining area. There's enough seating for about 32 patrons, and then there's 4 picnic tables, which would be an additional 24 or 32 people, depending upon how many sit at the table. The area to the west is where the food sales trucks or the food trucks would park. When the staff report goes through the findings and the different review criteria, one of the things we look at is it compatible with the character of the neighborhood? And this graphic shows what the character of this neighborhood is. The gold areas are the 2 urban conservation overlay districts, and in between you'll see the mix of uses that are in this area. The yellow is the low-density residential, the brown is the multi-dwelling, the purple is industrial uses, the red are commercial, the green or the blue are general public and institutional, there's a school, and the pink is actually a mixed-use area. So there is a mix of uses. However, it would be possible that an outside area with a bar could be negative, could have a negative impact on the nearby residences. And we went through the other findings in the staff report. I won't go over those unless you have questions. The Planning Commission considered this. Staff provided them with 2 options. One was either to retain the 55% food sales requirement or to have the allow a bar use without the 55% food sales if it was approved with a special use permit. And this was on the advice of our city attorney, who said that applying the use standards directly with the zoning, he felt it would be much more appropriate to require a special use permit so that the standards could be applied with that. The Planning Commission voted 6-2 to recommend approval of the rezoning request to allow a bar use, but did want to apply that the additional condition that it would need to be approved with a special use permit. And that's my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, Mary, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Mary? Before we get the pointy finger from our senior assistant city attorney, who probably really wants to go home because he doesn't feel well. All right, Mary, thank you. Stay close. Yes, Mr. Larkin.
Yes, this is a rezoning matter, so you're sitting quasi-judicial capacity, so we need to disclose ex parte communications. When you disclose, please disclose who, when, the substance, they were for, against. And if it's something that's already in the record, it's sufficient just to say it's already in the record.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bully?
I believe I talked to KT Walsh about this on the 24th, and she was against it. I got emails from Phil Collison and David Lowenstein today, and I think they were against it. I haven't really spent that much time with emails.
Yeah, I think we got all those emails
Okay.
too, I think, maybe so. Of course, I didn't know how far back to go with ex parte for one thing, because I lived at the Polar Building for 2 years. I haven't lived there for a year or 2 now, but I don't think there's ever been a month that's gone by that the neighborhood hasn't been concerned about alcohol use in the neighborhood. So I really have no idea of dates and times. I can just tell you it's multiple. It's many, many, many. It's a constant concern. So I'm sorry I don't have any dates. I would have kept a log if I would have known I should have.
Okay. I've just gotten the emails that we all have, so it's been sent to all of us. I have no other contacts.
Yeah, and I got the ones from Mr. Lowenstein and Mr. Collison today.
Mr. Ogle.
And Mr. Ogle.
Oh, and Aaron Payton had one today.
Oh, yeah, Aaron Payton.
I didn't see that one yet.
For, against. I got all of it, so.
Yeah, I'm just opening my email right now so I can give you actual dates for those, but Aaron Payton was today. Ogle was a week ago. Phil Collison was today as well as Dave Lowenstein. I think that's it. And all of them were, every email I received was a neighbor with concerns. All were against.
They were sent to all of us though, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
Should I only go back to the time I was a city commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just thought I'd over-disclose rather than under-disclose.
All right. Public comment?
The applicant should go first.
Evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I'm Tom Larkin, the applicant for this. And there's a few things I wanted to pass along here, a few misconceptions about this particular idea. And the first one is that, and Mary touched on this, operationally this won't change. It will still remain a place where food trucks can serve. There will be items inside that are sold that are non-alcoholic beverages, merchandise potentially, baked goods, anything as basically a venue for other people to serve their items out of if an agreement is reached. Additionally, like she said, the sticking point for this was that the reporting requirements associated with somebody that's invested so much personally in this, in their own business, having to rely upon another business owner, like the food trucks, for their livelihood. There were some concerns with that. And just going down the list here, I met with a lot of people one-on-one in groups, committees about their concerns. And some of those are addressed by items such as we changed the entry from the alley side to creating a new curb cut on Pennsylvania Street, so there wouldn't be an increase in alley traffic. We increased the landscape buffer between the Polar building and the Bistro building to act as kind of a sound buffer between the two. We've reduced the outdoor seating capacity to about 15% of the neighboring cider gallery. And also, we've limited the outdoor amplified music to 11 p.m. And these are all items which, if we went through a special use process, they would be basically as is, if not very similar. I mentioned the cider gallery. They hold about 90 events a year, some of which are upwards of 250 people. And there's not been a noise complaint to my knowledge. Most of them are outside and they're able to take beverages outside. That is right across the alley from the Polar Lofts as well. And I have not received one complaint from a Polar resident as to the goings-on in cider. And like I said, this would be significantly fewer patrons at this establishment. And also to that note, the same ownership group that owns the Polar building also owns the cider gallery as well as this Bistro building. And if there were ever an indication that what was happening at the Bistro was deterring residents from wanting to live at Polar, or people inquiring about events at cider decided to go elsewhere because of the goings-on next door, then that would be a major, major concern for the ownership group, and steps would be taken immediately to resolve that. If not shutting it down completely and looking at another alternative, if there was no way for all of those to peaceably exist. I think that's an important thing to pass along. There were, along with the emails you mentioned, there were a lot of correspondence in favor of this. Business owners, there were residents that had talked to me that had been looking forward to this for years, because there's nowhere within 6 blocks that they really can do it in that area right now. And also the property owners, like I mentioned, a lot of business owners and people working in that area as well. And just to touch on really quickly, the Horizon 2020 document, some of the items in policy 2.2 points out locate less compatible uses towards the interior of commercial areas. And there are restrictions in place with the 8th and Penn overlay district. Those will remain in place. Something that's, I think, needs to be pointed out as a common misconception is this whole district is going to be rezoned to allow the removal of the 55%. And that's obviously not the case. It is only for this property. And there will be a due process in place if people are concerned about this turning into an entertainment district, which I have heard, or a bar district. I think that would be detrimental to everything happening down there, and that's why this request is specific to this property. That really restricts kind of allowing the ball to roll down the hill, so to speak, without being able to stop unintended consequences. And further on the Horizon 2020 document, achieving integration with adjacent land uses, providing transitions through alleyways, variation, development intensity. This I think works in favor of that by providing a mixed palette of uses in this district. There is not anywhere for somebody to get an alcoholic beverage in the area. I don't think it's too much to ask to have this one and to offer it in a way that makes it a business model that can work, that can be successful for a potential operator. And finally, incorporating existing structures wherever possible. This is a historic structure, and I think our history as preservationists speaks for itself, and this is just another asset I think that would be beneficial to the neighborhood. So.
Okay. Any questions from Mr. Larkin? Tom, thank you. Other public comment on this item? Hi.
Hi there. My name is Kyle Johnson. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup here in Lawrence called Bixie. I'll tell you just briefly about our company and kind of what we aim to do, not only with our company, I guess, but with the startup community in Lawrence. So we're an ad technology startup that puts consumers in charge of ads. We're basically anti-tracking, and so we're like this consumer-powered brain on top of Google's big ad engine, DoubleClick. So we're very atypical, like we look like we should be from Silicon Valley, but we're not. We're dedicated to staying here and building tech companies here. Even though, frankly, there's a lot of challenges to building tech companies in Lawrence or Kansas City or the Midwest in general. There are a lot of things here that don't exist that we need, that do exist in Austin, Boulder, Boston, Silicon Valley, Chicago, New York, etc. We're starting to get these things. In fact, I've started kind of agitating behind the scenes for some of these things, and we're going to continue to work on getting these assets. But some of those things include space like the Cider Gallery. We're a tenant in the Cider Gallery. We moved our company there maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago now, and we're starting to hire. And we'll continue to hire. We're raising a round of capital right now, trying to bring outside capital investment into Lawrence, which will create jobs, and in particular, tech company jobs, which will be higher paying. But what we need, frankly, is a space like Cider Gallery, and we need, as silly as it may sound, a bar next door to the Cider Gallery, even if it isn't like a typical bar. We're not looking to make this a bar district, but it's helpful to have food and beverages right next to the Cider Gallery so that it's a fun and hip, cool place that seems kind of like Austin, but definitely not out of control. A professional environment that we can bring, clients and other folks to our office and kind of show off the fact that, yes, Lawrence does have a startup community. It may be small, but we're working on it, we're building on it, and building these assets, putting these assets in place, I think is essential to that. I think we can do that in a way that doesn't turn this into a bar district. I guarantee Bixie will leave if this turns into a bar district. So it's not in my best interest to have it a rowdy, noisy place either, and I don't think that's the intent, so I just kind of wanted to pass those sentiments along. I don't claim necessarily to represent every startup everywhere. I represent, just me, but also I've been in the startup world long enough. I won Pipeline's Innovator of the Year Award in January 2012, Pipeline's an entrepreneurial fellowship. And I've been to Austin, Boston, Silicon Valley, all these places. I know what it takes to build a startup community, and I just view this as one of those things that would help. So.
Questions for Kyle?
Yeah, you said you're looking for a place that has food and drink, correct?
Correct.
And if I'm understanding this correctly, they're wanting the food provision lifted.
The food would be supplied from the food trucks right across the street.
Okay. I guess I'm not understanding why Okay, thank you.
But, I mean, let me expand on that. So Austin in particular has this awesome food truck vibe to it. That's one of the things that makes Austin weird and cool. And so what you see in Austin is art, tech, music, and you have to have food and drink along with that. So that's, I think, kind of the microscopic, level of what I think could be built over there. So the food trucks would supply the food, and this venue would supply drinks, and I take it, I'm not part of the project. I've got my own stuff to worry about, but this would help. So.
Any other questions for Tom? All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you. Thanks. Other public comment on the side?
My name's Will Ogle. I live at Polar Lofts currently, and just have a couple concerns. Mainly, the way that it was presented originally, the property manager came door to door presenting what she said was a petition for a bistro, and there was no mention of alcohol when she went door to door. I did bring that to Tom Larkin's attention, and he did get back with me and tried to remedy that's confusion and everything. I think it was a little too late, though. By the time he got a new letter out to the residents, it had to be turned in the next day. And number two, I just feel like it's not fair to the rest of the bars and restaurants for one place to, be able to be exempt from the non-alcoholic sales reporting requirement that was put in place a few years ago. And as far as a noise complaint, we've had a couple actually from Cider Gallery, and it was actually more from the food truck, from the generator that parks in the alleyway in between Cider Gallery and Polar Lofts. I have 2 young children, and they can't open their windows, and even with the windows closed, you can hear the generator and the music on some nights. And I just, I would like to have a restaurant there or a bistro, but I feel that it's just going to add to more commotion and rowdiness, I guess. But if they were willing to go along with the 55% reporting requirement and make it more of a bistro restaurant, I would probably be more in favor of it. But as it stands now, I'm pretty much against it. So if you have any questions.
Any questions for Will? Okay. Mr. Ogle, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks for sending us emails and corresponding with us too. Other public comment? Hi, KT.
Hi, my name's KT Walsh. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Will Ogle, whose grandpa started the Lawrence Bus Company. I'm speaking somewhat for Elna and somewhat for myself tonight, but we're all on the same page. So Elna is not opposing the bistro. In fact, many people are looking forward to it, as you can see from some of the letters that you received. And once again, Mr. Krasnick is restoring a historic property, which is wonderful, very much in favor of that. But representing Elna, I'm asking you tonight to delay your decision for a week to give us an opportunity to talk with Tony Krasnick and Tom Larkin at next Monday's Elna meeting, and here's why. In late February, our president and a few board members met with Tom Larkin. He said they would be requesting this, and he agreed to come to our March 2nd meeting to discuss the changes proposed. Unfortunately, Tony and Tom got an award and they had to be out of town, so we assumed they'd be at the May meeting next Monday. Instead, it was at the Planning Commission March 23rd, the same night as the first big public meeting on the East 9th Street project at the library. We made the choice to go to the East 9th Street project building. Our bad, but there's a lot going on. So this is not an excuse, but an explanation for why we weren't at the Planning Commission. Nevertheless, our board has met with our board has not met with them and voted on our stance to rescinding the 55-45% rule. Neighbors with kids, especially neighbors to the west, want to talk about family-friendly closing times too. Elna's previous stance on the 55-45 was to keep it a more neighborhood-friendly place and not simply a rowdy bar. I'm sorry. Okay. The 55-45 has worked well downtown, and the previous commission approved a new restaurant bar in the 6th and Wakarusa area, but restricted them to the 55-45 rule. Apparently, it works as a viable business plan. All three letters that I saw sent to the commission supporting the removal of the 55-45 said they were looking forward to beverages and the food. So it appears everyone is hoping food will be a serious part of the menu. And incidentally, the support letters mention that there is no place near to get a drink and something to eat within 7 blocks. So I just want to remind you that Decade Coffee House at 9th and Delaware serves breakfasts and dinners with evening musical entertainment and is hoping to get a liquor license. If we can wait for the owner of Charlie's Bar and Grill to get over his hip surgery, you'll be able to have his fabulous tacos and Mexican specialties soon again. Culinaria at 9th and New Jersey is hosting sit-down dinners, gourmet dinners, which would be a fabulous place to take clients. And Mr. Krasnick received a rezoning for the east end of 9th Street if you go past Delaware within the metal warehouses. So a bar, restaurant, and perhaps a drive-through, but not a fast food business, could go in there also. I would also point out that 5 short blocks away are La Familia, Sandbar Sandwich Shop, Cielito Lindo, the Newport Fonda, and Milton's. It is not really a restaurant desert. It would be nice to have the bistro, but it's not the only food nearby. So we are hoping you will vote to wait 1 week and allow us to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions for her, by the way? Okay. Any other public comment? Dave?
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Dave Lowenstein. I'm also an ELNA board member. I want to concur with KT Welsh on this and hope that you will decide to defer any action on this until at least 1 week later so that we have an opportunity to discuss further these issues with Tom Larkin and his associates. We missed that opportunity before because they were called away at last minute to receive an award out of state. And we'd really like to be able to discuss this further since there were some unresolved questions in regards to this matter. Thanks.
Questions for Dave?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask Tom a question?
Sure. Dave, thank you.
Tom, do you have a business lined up to go there as it stands? Because as I thought I understood it, you said that you did not, and that was part of the reason you're wanting the rezoning, correct?
That's correct.
So in terms of if we delay this 1 week, that does not affect any business's plans?
No, it doesn't. Delaying it won't affect the business.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? All right. Back to the commission.
Well, as a former resident of the Polar Building, and apparently I lived right above Will Ogle for about a month, we kind of slid by each other. The cider gallery is an issue for noise and drinking, and I have the same windows he has right above him where it's super loud, and you have drunk people yelling. I've called the cops on things there twice, so I guess I never technically complained to Tom Larkin, sorry. But I did call the cops twice on it, so I certainly understand the issues that already exist down there. That was August that I moved out, so I haven't even been out a year yet. And so I want to support those concerns, I guess you might say. I would be happy to defer it back to Planning Commission, because now that I think about that, reminds me 2 years ago when there was a similar petition that went around for the rezoning that put on the 55%. People came up to me and said, hey, Leslie, I signed your petition to not allow alcohol there. And I was like, I don't have a petition. I don't know what you're talking about. And by the time I saw it later that evening in the Planning Commission and read it, it was obviously actually a letter of support for alcohol and food use. And that night, I believe, is when Tony Kresnick, the developer, came and said that, well, we're going to backtrack a little bit and keep the 55%. So I certainly understand the issues with the petition as well, because I witnessed them firsthand 2 years ago, and I find it really disappointing that we have the same issues right now tonight. So I would be in favor of deferring this back to Planning Commission with an actual better worded petition, which actually would be a letter of support from the surrounding business owners. The thing with zoning, I think that the new guys maybe don't understand, is it doesn't matter who owns the property. The zoning stays with the property. So conceivably, it could be rezoned to this use that allows a bar or a tavern, and then it could be sold within a year. And they have that zoning to do what they want. So while people may have a lot of support for Tony for what he wants to do with it, he can sell it in the future, and that zoning stays with that property. So I personally am not in favor of lifting the 55% food sales requirement. As I said at our last candidate forum, no one in this town has asked me to put in another bar in Lawrence, and that's what we would be doing.
For me, I guess I'm confused as to why we would even need to lift the requirement, because I read through all the correspondence, and there's a couple things I kept reading over and over and over again. Let me quote directly from the Warehouse Arts District letter of support. Now, this is a letter supporting lifting the 55% ordinance, and yet the letter within its own language says, quote, "We're looking for a place for people to stay for lunch, dinner, and a drink." I don't understand why you would have to lift a 55% rule if you're looking for lunch, dinner, and a drink.
Would you like another week to figure that out?
You know, Kyle Johnson, I appreciate you speaking. You know, you said you wanted a place with food and drink, a place for business lunch and drinks. This is what I keep hearing over and over again. That can exist with a 55% rule. I mean, that's, I don't need another week. I don't see a reason to lift it. Everybody that's in support of it says they want a place to eat and drink. We can do that with a 55% rule. Right?
Right.
I suggest you give them a week.
Yeah, let's give them a week.
Okay.
I mean, before we send it back, or not even deal with lifting the 55%, you know, you have the neighborhood association coming to us and see if they can work out some suitable recommendation. I'm always in favor of doing that, so.
Okay.
Can we recess the public hearing for a week? How do we do that?
And close it.
Technically, you're not having the
we're
public
not
hearing.
having a
That was
public hearing,
conducted at the
so-
planning commission level. You can just continue this item for another week.
All right, so I'll consider a motion to defer this item for a week.
Second.
All right, motion made, Commissioner Bully, second, Commissioner Amix. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you all for showing up, and hopefully that extra week helps, so thank you. Last item on the agenda is consider authorizing the mayor to execute an employee agreement for interim city manager with Diane Stoddard. I believe Tony Wheeler, our city attorney, is going to.
Make a motion to adjourn now?
Oh, do we want to make a motion to adjourn? We're almost done. We're really close.
That's cruel.
Diane, you're going to wait another week?
That's cruel.
Should have set that clock back 5 minutes. We'd have been in good shape. Randy's like, dang it, I wanted to go home. Soon, my friend.
Sorry, Diane.
Good evening, Tony.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As the Commission and the community knows, our esteemed city manager is heading west, and his last day of employment with the city will be May 28th. The proposed agreement, if approved by the Commission, will name Diane Stoddard to serve as the interim city manager beginning May 29, 2015. She will serve in that capacity under this agreement until a permanent city manager is selected. For this, she will receive enhanced compensation equal at the rate of $145,000 per year, but she will only receive that increased salary and other benefits for the time that she's serving as the interim city manager. Other main provisions that are contained in this agreement are if Ms. Stoddard does not pursue or is not selected as the permanent city manager, she does return to the position of assistant city manager at the rate of pay that she currently is receiving. And there is a severance provision that if she is terminated either by the commission or by the permanent city manager, she would receive a severance payment in those circumstances. The agreement also contains a number of standard provisions that we have in agreements, and With that, I would stand for any questions. If the commission so desires, the action would be to authorize the mayor to execute this agreement with Ms. Stoddard.
Okay. Any questions for Tony?
Thank you.
Public comment on this item? All right. Back to the commission. Do we want to approve this or?
Yes, we just approve it.
Okay.
I think
Congratulations.
it's a super choice for it, city manager. Seemed like I've known Diane forever, and this is just really great.
I agree.
Mayor, with that, I would authorize,
Go for it.
authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement for interim city manager with Diane Stoddard.
Second that.
Second and a third. All right, motion made by Commissioner Amix, seconded by Vice Mayor Soden, thirded by Commissioner Boley.
Do we have any photos of her house that show a Leslie Soden sign?
All right, so Amix, Boley, or Amix, Soden, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations. All right. Totally worth being 9 minutes late for. Future agenda items.
Past 9:45.
So none, all right. Now, next week, we've got Peasley Center, IRB, and then the resident survey next week, right? What else?
Correct.
I'm just reading this, is that, just keep going.
The integrated animal health incentive
Okay.
item that'll be before PERC tomorrow. You're doing considering establishing a special assessment benefit district to improve a private street there, Mesa Way. So it's a little bit different, but I think it's all appropriate. We're not
Okay.
putting any public money into that. Probably a few other items. Commissioner Herbert and I are working on the Pinckney School Clinton Park item. Don't know that it'll be ready for next week, but we're having good communications. I think we've copied you in on some of the background material in regards to that.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. Commission items.
When are we going to work on these goals?
So, as we said during the study session, we're going to find a time, maybe 10 to 5, a period of 5 to 7 hours, big chunk of time. We're going to have a work plan website that's going to be put up next week with all the attachments with the 6 things: public safety, non-personal motorized transportation.
I'd like to change the name before then.
That's fine. Change it to whatever you want. And then we'll have that conversation once we kind of get a date locked in to figure out whether or not we're gonna just have it amongst ourselves or a facilitated conversation with somebody. You know, there's some, if you guys have suggestions for who that might be, send those to me or Diane. But so hopefully sometime during the month of May, if we can swing, I think we need more than 2 hours. I don't think we can do it in 2 hours. So that's the suggestion. Is that good? Is that?
Yeah, I just want to make
Okay.
sure it was still rolling along.
Yep, it's still rolling, still rolling. All right, and I think at that meeting too, it might be good for us to talk about city manager search process in addition to all the other stuff, because we don't have enough to do, so,
We don't have that.
I agree.
Are we doing a study session next Tuesday?
No.
Oh,
It's not scheduled.
no, I'm excited.
Matthew
I don't
will
know
be
what I'm gonna do with your time.
I'd consider a motion to,
I have a commission item.
oh,
Is that okay?
yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you to Sergeant Hayden Fowler, who took me on a ride-along on Saturday night, Sunday morning. I spent from 10:45 p.m. until 3:45 a.m. in the company of the Lawrence Police Department. I had a chance to observe and admire the work of our officers as they're taking care of their duties. And a very busy morning. Especially notable were the OUI investigations that I got to see and observe the bar closing, which is very interesting. I mean, I recommend this to all commissioners, and I really appreciate the chance to spend some time. And actually, I don't get out very much that time of night, so it was a very interesting experience for me, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Highly recommended if any commissioner's interested in it. let me, Diane, Tarek know, and they will come pick you up and take you on the tour and bring you back home.
It was a quiet night the time that I went. It was boring.
I've spent a good part of my life trying to get them not to pick me up, actually.
We were doing traffic stops.
Well,
That I had to go.
the car that was stopped northbound on the southbound Kaw River Bridge was very interesting for me to see. I'm so glad that they stopped.
Was that you?
No way.
Just making sure.
I'm like Stuart, I'm not usually out there.
But anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Stuart. All right, calendar, I mean, a lot of stuff on there. Do we need to
I don't think you need to
do anything?
review it.
You've been going to the Oak Hill Cemetery tour, just for Kansas Open Meetings Act. Want to make sure 3 of us aren't there. Okay, never mind.
There'll be some others there, they won't be alive.
The people are dying to get in there. All right, with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made to adjourn by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Amix. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Good night, everybody.